Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us as we finish off another fabulous week of the mighty SOR with our man, the living legend, the pork chop wearing R Keith Andrews and the ET connection. Before we get to the captain of the Woo train, let us say hello to everyone in our chat room so far. Race fan in the gold medal position. Brand new lister Rage Clan takes home the silver. And the lovely and talented Cosmic Floor with a bronze medal tonight. Jack Clark, good to see you. Thanks for coming on in to the chat room tonight. John Swan, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Hi, Eddie. How you doing, man? Good to have you here. As we scroll on down, there's gorgeous Helena. Parkway is back. Parkway will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left. On the right side of the studio after the show, we have Lori Oliphant. She'll be signing autographs as well. Remember, you got Parkway on the left, you got Lori on the right, and there's 405er right there. UFologist, how are you? The Ronald Penton, what is going on, my friend? The Ronald Penton is here as we continue on down, and there's our man Black Dragon kicking off the super chat tonight. He'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up down the middle for Black Dragon, if you don't mind. And thank you so much for kicking off the super chat tonight, Black Dragon. Semper Fi to you. We love you. Thank you for being a veteran and listening to this show. You know we love our veterans around here, and we certainly have a lot of love for you, my friend. Wreaking Havoc, good to see you, Johnny. How you doing, buddy? Let me know how you're doing, man. I miss chatting with you. All right, there's Grand Paul Holland. Nice to have you here. Doc from Wyoming, good to see you. Grand Paul Holland in Australia. How's tomorrow looking? Please give us an update. Let me know if I'm alive. Mama Susan, how are you, beautiful? Good to see you. Open-minded clarity. Chad Smith, the Chad Smith, everyone. There he is. All right, let's continue on down, scrolling on down. Flash forward. Good to have you here. Downshift, thanks for coming on in. Richard Elmore, good to see you. Super Quest, a.k.a. SOR's official bodyguard, Roy Washington. Cashew, where you been hiding lately? How you doing, bud? Good to see you again. And there's Wes H., Mondak, and Catherine Hughes. Apparently she's got aliens. Yeah, but we welcome you to our chat room tonight. I hope you enjoy the show. And there's L.A. Moon. Welcome to our chat room. Enjoy your show. Enjoy your stay. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Greg Moyes, Uncle Dale and his power stash are here, everyone. Remember, if you're in Austin, Texas, you can rub Uncle Dale's Power Stash for just 2 weeks of good luck. We had a 3-week special last month. This week it's back down to 2 weeks. We're going to see if he'll bump it up to 4 weeks come December, or at least after American Thanksgiving. Vinman, how you doing, buddy? You're amazing, dude. You know what I'm talking about. You are amazing. Hey, there's gorgeous Teresa. Much love to you, beautiful. Spooky Morales, good to have you here. Big Willie. Big Willie and his big bad beard. There it is. Hey, Bigfoot, Michigan Rob. How you doing, brother? How come you haven't texted me lately? Make sure you shoot me a text here soon, brother. I miss chatting with you. And Paranormal Chop Shop. There's Big Bad Sonny right there. Gorgeous Jenny. Super Ben from UFO Garage. That man is about to become a father here any second. Ben, give us an update here, man. Give us an update. I'm all nervous for you, buddy. I'm all pumped up. I even got a bag just in case I got to go to Texas. Hot damn, I'm so excited about that one. All right, man. Where are we here? There's gorgeous Jenny, Peppa H, and we continue on. Millennium and gorgeous Marie. Good to see you both. And Tony D, good morning to you. Sam Faz, Terry Brown, what's happening? And there's, Jeremy Jones. Thank you so much for that awesome super chat, man. Really do appreciate your love of this show. Thank you very, very much for supporting us that way. And War Eagle, what's happening? Oops, Joe's Maine, you've got aliens. There's gorgeous Helena. Kronos, what's happening? And I'm scrolling on down. Fidgety Aura, good to see you. Phil Minervino, nice to have you here. We are 20 seconds away from launching this. Hello, lovely Nikki. How are you? Sensational Sherry, Todd Purdon, the lovely and talented Kim Jellin has arrived. My God, we got a good-looking audience tonight. We're going to kick this off in 10 seconds. Remember, everyone, the Super Chat is a great way to support this show. If you're brand new here, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button, ring that bell so you know when we are on 7 days a week. Gordium, what's happening? Get your horns up, people. It's time to rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. The man, the myth, and the alien legend, R Keith Andrews, is back for another edition of the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong experiencer who hangs out with us every now and again, once a month, to tell us about all the ET stories, all the alien woo, and I'll tell you, we love to board the train when Keith gets rolling. R Keith Andrews, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad at all. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm a little tired this week, but, you know, it's all good, man. It all culminates with the beginning of a brand new month, and already we're starting to prepare for Halloween. And, man, I'll tell you, I did have something exciting happen, though. I went out in the forest the other day, and I actually saw 5 big moose, man. You look at them in the books, and you look at them in pictures and on YouTube or whatever. They don't seem that big. And then you get close to them.
Oh, yeah. They are a phenomenal animal.
My gosh. They are just fantastic. But that was kind of cool. Yeah. So now it's about racing, get some firewood for winter. Can't find any because most of it burnt up here. And, well, Bob's your uncle, I guess, and I do have an Uncle Bob. All right, Keith, enough about me. Let's learn about you. You come in near the beginning of each month talking to us all things alien and extraterrestrial. So for you, man, being a lifelong experiencer, have you figured out when things are going to happen yet?
I'm still working on if. No. Are we talking about disclosure, I'm presuming you're referring to?
No, just on your personal experiences.
Well, we'll start with the obvious issue. For me, that becomes just a plain normal thing. Like, I mean, the last time was just, I guess, actually, it's been slow this week because I went out last week. It was funny because I was sitting in the living room and my son called me over to the balcony door, and he looked at me and he goes, "Dad, what's that?" So, and there was a it wasn't so much what we saw as the fact that the stars were disappearing one at a time and then reappearing a moment later. So I said, "Oh, look, we've got company." He goes, "Dad, you're being taken tonight." I said, "Yeah, I mean, to him, this is just normal now." Yeah.
Is it just you getting taken? Or your kids getting taken too?
That one I've left completely alone. Because the last thing I want to do is open that door for anybody. You know, I will put it this way. Normally, and I do know that my father, and of course, my father has passed away, which is why I got no problem there. My father knew a lot more about what was going on than he ever told anybody. You know, the reality of it from that standpoint with my dad, considering he is the one that verified that my interactions with the aliens, with the abductions, with the MyLabs was all absolutely on the money. Of course, he told me that on his deathbed. And it does stand to reason that when you look at abductions, they tend to follow family line. And yes, I know I skirted that answer rather nicely, but
No,
well,
no, but I think that's fair. That's your son's business. It's none of our business. That's between you and your son. So many times, and I will go down this angle though. So many times though, as parents, because we're more adult, we think we can handle things a little bit better. We don't want to think about our kids having interactive experiences or being taken or being alien abducted or anything along those lines. How do you deal with the fact that this may or may not be happening in your family. It may or may not be happening in my family. And this is a parent's nightmare at times because we can't control it.
yeah, for me, because it's been this is just a normal part of my life. For me, it's probably a little bit different, but the best I can do with him is let him know what I'm going through and talk to him as openly as I can about what I'm going through to alleviate as much of the fear as I can get away with. You know, it's a question of handing him the information to cope with things just in case.
Okay. I know, and I get that and I understand that. But I mean, outside of being a coping mechanism for what is going on, this is not something you can really prepare for. I mean, you may have take me, I got 3 kids.
Yeah,
If I could have 2 kids not having any interaction and one kid is being taken almost nightly. I mean, that's the reality and the
that's
fact
the
for a lot of
reality of
families
it.
there.
Yeah.
Why would they choose like that?
That may have, there's a couple of things that can do that. Quite often, it's depending on what they're looking for. One child may show a more resilient temperament to be able to handle it that they can spot on the subquantum level are more likely to be able to handle it. It may be a question of the metabolic rate of the kid. Okay. And the reality of it is this: you are right. There is no real bracing for it. It's kind of like telling a kid, and nobody ever wants to do this either. I've been diagnosed with cancer and I'm dying. There is no preparation for it. And all the talking about it in the world doesn't give you a lot to work with. You
Hmm.
know, but you are right. There is no real, this idea that came out years ago, well, let's put a tinfoil hat on because that'll protect you. Yeah, what it turned out they did was they took the tinfoil hat with them and then kept the souvenir. you know, but no, there is no functional preparation for it. It is simply talking honestly to them about what you believe, about what you've discovered. Okay. And involving them as much in the discussion as you can get away with.
Right. Okay. Keith, for a lot of people, though, they don't know where or when it's going to happen. So, one of the things we have not talked a lot about during this show is the little triggers, the warnings that seem to be out there for a lot of people. And I'm just curious, what's your trigger? How do you know?
I feel it. And usually when I get the confirmation, I'll feel something and it's literally a feeling. I can be right in the middle of a sentence. Because of course I got friends that come over on a regular basis. And I can be in the middle of a game of Dungeons and Dragons with them, and I'll stop in the middle of a sentence and I'll get up and walk outside onto the balcony. And I'll spot the ship on up in the air. My son 9 times out of 10 will follow me out. Right. And then he'll turn around and that's when he'll go, "Oh, you're going up today." Right. But for me, it's a feeling that it's almost like an intense feeling I'm being watched.
Right. And when you say intense feeling, what do you mean by that?
Well, like I'll be standing there like I'll be sitting there talking and something it literally feels. I'm trying to figure out how to put that in a term that's going to make sense because it literally. Have you ever felt like been outside and felt like you were being watched? Well, actually, I know in your case, I absolutely know you have.
I'll just sit here quiet.
yeah,
You know what actually used to trigger me a lot when I was having a lot of experiences was the Pink Floyd song from the album The Wall, Is There
Right.
Anybody Out There? And it would play in my head, and I couldn't stop it, and I'd be like, "Uh-oh, here we go tonight." That's how I knew. You
Yeah.
know, I know people who've seen butterflies, or people who will hear certain songs, or people who will, it doesn't matter whether it's 40 below or 40 above, all right, that they would get, certain signs of crickets, or some sort of sound that they wouldn't normally hear. And what are these triggers? Are these triggers implanted? Because they seem to be coming from the environment.
What usually happens is it's not so much that they're implanted as that person, when it first happens, that's the thing that's happening at that time. Okay, so in the case of Pink Floyd, you may well, the first time you got taken, that song may well have been playing to start with. And then it just locked in as that's a marker. I mean, one of the other ones I hear is when we talk about sense, okay, is the hibiscus plant. Okay.
Right.
Right. And you can't, and it boils down to the first time you get taken, that scent or that song or whatever may have been playing right when you got taken. But that I'm aware of, there's no warning ahead of time if you've never been taken to say, oh, I'm going to get taken.
Okay, so what are some of the examples that you have heard of signals people are having?
Well, one of the big ones is that I keep hearing, and this is why I brought the issue of the scent of hibiscus. Okay, is that there's a couple of people I know that literally have said that I get this specific scent, and that night I will either never not sleep right, or I will wake up with nightmares or extra marks on my body that I just can't account for. The other one is one person, he chalked it up to it to literally to medical tinnitus for years, because every time he went to the end that he was taken, he would get this extreme high pitched sound whining in his ear. Right, and it just wouldn't quit. And what he told me the first time I was talking to him about it was that he would try forever to get rid of it, and finally it would quit, and he'd realize it was like 4 hours later. As in lost a whole pile of time. Some people will see an increase in what they call orb sightings or odd sounds if they live in the bush, especially, right, they'll hear odd sounds in the woods that don't match what they've got, what they're used to. But there are so many variations on what can happen. Like, I mean, the obvious one is you're driving along, and this does not happen as frequently as people think. So I certainly don't want people going, oh, if I go out and drive, I'm getting taken. But you're driving along, you hear and you've got the radio set, and all of a sudden it goes completely staticky or jumps around on the spectrum. And it's not actually that, it's not really an abnormality. It's just when you're dealing with that kind of electromagnetic field, it throws the entire reception offline.
So how should people prepare for these signals? Can you even do it?
I would love to give you an answer for that one. I don't know if there's any preparation that can be done, to be honest. It's like, how do you prepare for your father dying? You can prepare for it all you want, but the moment it happens, you're pretty much out in the bush. It's like, what do you do with it now? Because as I heard it put one day, and I hear a lot of people that will go, gee, I really wish I could have an experience. It's like, no, you really don't, but it's a cute thought. But, people try and prepare for it. And as the saying goes, sometimes the wanting is sometimes the having is not so pleasing as the wanting. In other words, you can brace for it, you can go, I'm ready for it, and it just doesn't work out that way. Yes, it happens, but it's sort of a case of learning how to cope with it after the fact.
Okay. So what about prayer?
Well, prayer helps. Here's where prayer comes in handy. In my opinion, it helps fabulous for giving the person the strength of will and that focal point to be able to cope with it while it's going on, to feel that sense of extra protection. Okay, but that could go down a real dangerous road there. But prayer, does it stop it? No. But you got to remember, if you're going to go the route of prayer, you got to remember that it tells you right in the Bible that God is known by many names try that again. He's known by many names on many worlds. Those off-worlders are still his children. Okay. So the prayer does help to give people a sense of security to reassure themselves that they'll be okay. Does it stop them? Now, some people say it does. I've never seen a case where it worked. I've heard of a lot of people saying that it did, but when I've been present when it's been happening, prayer has never had anything to do with it. Of course, we have to realize if you're praying, people pray in the language they speak. Sad to say, most off-worlders don't exactly speak English.
Okay. R Keith Andrews is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. And we're still waiting for some audience questions to come on in for you, Keith. But the main thing that you are trying to do, though, is trying to somehow take control of this situation. Are you saying then that it's impossible to take control?
No. The trick for taking control is, oddly enough, it's not taking control. It's literally a question of when you get there, and this is where prayer can come in a lot handier than just wishful thinking. If you can settle your mind enough that instead of going into panic, you can find a way, and this is really trial and error, but find a way to communicate with them. Usually that means remaining calm. If you can get some sort of even if it feels like it's a one-sided dialogue, you can bet your bottom dollar they're picking up on the intention behind what you're talking about. And that will make the journey a whole lot more, shall we say, less stressful. Okay, well, so it's
hold on a second here. Less stressful how? You've just been taken on in your skibbies onto a spaceship where they're going to do some nasty, horrible, and maybe sometimes lovely things for you.
And that's the funny part about it. The massive majority of people that get taken actually don't have these horrendous experiences. You hear about the horrendous ones, but most of them, it's more like, when I talk about being more like a trip to the doctor, okay, the little scoop marks, yeah, they're annoying, they're painful, but it's not like they lop the arm off, unless it's a vegan, at which point it's like, oops, well, what are you yelling about? You just lost an arm. But, the reality is that the big thing you have to realize is they're not coming down to cause fear. And most of them are aware that you're going to be edgy. This is why they put the memory overlays. Okay. Quite often you'll find the reason a lot of people mention the orbs is because there's three different types of orbs I've seen show up on camera. Most of the time it's dust particles. Okay. But there is a can we try English? There is an orb that they use that is a drone. And all it is they go down, they send a number of drones in to make sure the place is empty, right? If they're going in to do a physical withdrawal. And some people will see them, and we have a problem.
Well, you go with that, and I will I will take you out there for a couple of seconds because R Keith Andrews is on duty. He does work from home until the top of the hour, so he'll let us know when he is back available through the show. But Keith has a good point. I mean, for those people who are experiencers out there, it's tough. It's very tough to try and put this all together and try and bring any sort of sense as to what is going on. So it looks like we're going to have Keith right back here right now. Keith, oh, that was a quick call.
I was just checking numbers.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, this is still a very difficult topic for a lot of people, Keith, regarding this entire phenomenon on whether or not they are taken. For those who don't know or may suspect that they are taken, what kind of tests could they do at home to see if they are actually being taken per se?
The easiest one as far as that goes, oddly enough, you can actually use a security camera in your own room, but you're not looking for the body being yanked out and floating out the window. What you're looking for is an electrostatic disturbance on the video. Because a lot of the time what they will do if they're taking you live is they will replace you with a essentially a dummy, a simulacrum. And while they are pulling you out, they'll be putting one in. So all you get on your video is electrostatic discharge. It'll just all of a sudden go fuzzy a little. And it may not even be it may not be a full blackout. For those that are audiovisually, capable, you're more likely to see it than somebody like myself who looks at TV and it goes staticky anyway.
Very true. Go on.
That would be one of the biggest issues. And of course, you can do the same thing with an audio tracker. If you've got a recording device that can pick it up, you may hear noises that don't add up. Okay. The best thing you can do, and it's not a question of being able to prevent it. And we just got to get that through. And I know it's a frightening thought for most people, but it's not so much how do you stop it as how do you cope with it after the fact. And the best coping mechanism I ever found for people was when you wake up in the morning and you feel something's off, before you do any major research looking into it, write down every single thing you can remember. Okay, because if you're keeping track of it and you write these things down, they may seem totally unrelated, especially at the beginning, because it's very rare that people get picked up the same day of the month every year. It's not like getting a paycheck. The similarity is.
And on that note, Keith, I'm going to cut you off right there because we do have to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We are having a very amazing night with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Keith comes in at the beginning of nearly every month to talk about everything extraterrestrial. He's one of the best in the biz. He's got the sideburns to show it. R Keith Andrews, looking like Doc from Back to the Future tonight on Spaced Out Radio. We'll continue with the ET Connection and R Keith right after this. All right, we're clear.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is just hopping.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Like, I don't know how to tell how many people are in here. That's your department.
Right now there's 108 in there.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, it's funny. If I could figure out how to do it and didn't finish going looking for it, that was a problem. But no, that I'm aware of, trying to prepare for it ahead of time is a bit of a problem.
Give me 2 seconds here, buddy.
Yep. That's how to do it. This is what I'm allowed to do now.
What'd you send me there? Oh, nice.
That'd be the first one. This is the other one I'm going to send you. Because I don't know how to do anything else with them, but...
Guy's on drugs.
Dang near, but this is why we're getting the discrepancy.
I hear you. All right, let me just check things out here. And Chad Smith is going to be the first question here coming up. Questions are starting to come in, which is good. Hi, Bill H. How you doing? And who else has arrived here? Chat room goes so damn fast.
No, that's why I give you credit. There is no way I would track it.
I don't think we're good right now. JCL Ohio, welcome to our channel. So for everybody who's new here, just so you know, we are a live radio show as well. So we do have to go to commercial break at the top and bottom of the hour, where we kind of just sit here and shoot the breeze, and sometimes it gets a little quiet. So I just want to let you guys know what is going on here, and so that way you can understand why we're a little bit different than your regular everyday podcast or YouTube channel. So we appreciate the understanding, and we know it can feel a little inconvenienced. And by the way, who caught the good show earlier, right before ours tonight, on the Paranormal Chop Shop with Sonny and Lou Montez? Lou Montez showing off his brand new lip blade that he has. He's high and tight right in this area. Very high and tight, looking stellar. Yeah, good show over there. Remember, they are friends of ours. They are huge supporters of Spaced Out Radio. We want to show them some love as well, along with UFO Garage and Big Willie on Saturdays right before Lynn Wallington at UFO Garage's channel. So make sure that you check it on out and hit that subscribe button, ring that bell. These are good people, guys, who are having a lot of fun. There's and that's what it's all about. I love these guys. They're all very, very good people and mean very, very well. And that's what we need more of in this field, is people having fun like that. So make sure you check it on out. And there's always, always, always Chad Smith sightings, everyone. If you need a Chad Smith fix and you're like, hey, it's not Spaced Out Radio time, but I just need a Chad Smith fix, you go into one of those shows, Chad guaranteed is going to be there. Guaranteed. Oracles and Beyond, how are you? Good to see you. And who did I miss here? Hey, there's Swamp Dweller, our good friend Swamp Dweller, the man who scares the shit out of us before we go to bed each and every night. Love Swamp Dweller. He'll be coming back on the show here in the next week or two. And big thank you to Lori Oliphant, Space Cow, Gorgeous Jules, Cat Chaser, Jeremy, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on the show. Here comes the second half hour, everyone. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway. Dave Scott is my name. The woo is my game. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. do Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. It happens near the beginning of each month where Keith, a lifelong ET contactee, comes in, takes your questions, and we're going to kick things off with the Chad Smith here, Keith. And he's asking, what are the karmic laws and who are they for?
Well, what they are is simple, and you got to understand each of the karmic laws is as important as the next. It's kind of like the three legs on a three-legged stool. They all have to be paid attention to. But the three laws are: be true to yourself first, do unto others as you desire them to do unto you, energy out, energy in. Now, I'll explain what they literally mean in half a second, but who they apply to is every entity in existence. They are not relegated to only one race or one planet. They are for everything that exists. Now, be true to yourself first boils down to, if you're going to do something, make certain that you can stand up and proudly say, I did it. Okay, now there are exceptions. You don't want to stand up and tell somebody before a pleasant surprise comes up that you went and did it for them. But if you can stand up and, generally speaking, tell anybody, this is what I went through, then carry on. If it's something you're going to have to hide, i.e., if you're looking at breaking a law, the reality is, if you can't stand up and say, I robbed the bank, and be proud of it and not get in trouble for it, then, that's where be true to yourself. You follow your heart, but use your head to get there. Now, when it comes down to do unto others as you desire them to do unto you. Now, I've known Dave for years now, had the pleasure of traveling with him, and I kid you not, he talks a good game on the radio about how he treats everybody equally. I'll tell you, in person, he's just the same way.
Well, thank you.
So you treat people, if you desire people to be honest with you, be honest with them. If you desire people not to rip you off, don't rip them off. But the reality is that will not guarantee you won't have bad things happen. Bad things happen.
That's good advice, Keith. Thank you so much. Cashew is asking, R. Keith, do you have any thoughts about UFO sightings over erupting volcanoes?
Oh, yeah. Erupting volcanoes are Mother Nature's way of communicating with her sisters, with her brothers and sisters. UFOs go over top of them because of the subquantum thermodynamics. So to take the readings, essentially take the pulse of another race, which, by the way, you're standing on. But that's what they're doing, is they're taking a look at the impact of the air currents. It's a way of them carrying a message to the neighbor, kind of like the post office, if you will. Although, at least with these guys, they actually get the message there on time.
All right, next question from Millennium. This one's for me. When are you going back into the forest, Dave, with Samantha Mowat? Oh, goodness. Her and I have been talking about that and getting our families together for a couple years now. And you know what? It just seems like there's a headache that falls in between each and every time. And it's definitely something we're going to have to do. I don't know if we'll get to it before the snow starts falling here in the next month to 2 months, but it is in the plans, and who knows, maybe we just got to go up there for a weekend, or she's just got to come down here for a weekend and sit down, do some meditation in front of the fireplace and see what kind of aliens show up. I have no idea. You never know what's going to come around and see what's kind of going on there. I don't know. I wish I did. I wish I had a better answer for you. but I really, really don't. All right, R Keith Andrews, Mondak is asking, which races mess with the United States Air Force nuclear missiles?
Well, would you believe the same ones that mess with everybody else's? But that's the consortium itself, which means it could be a number of races, but they're the ones that send the ships down to say, hey, knock that mess out of the equation. But they will only do that in the event that it is a mass amount of them. Like if it's just one missile, they won't bother with it. But if it looks like it's going to be a big problem that will actually damage the planet, right, more than a bruise, then the consortium will keep an eye on. They keep an eye on the airwaves all the time. If you think Big Brother's watching, you should see how much time these guys spend.
No kidding, eh? All right, next question from Sovereign Farts. Which alien race originated from beneath the Earth, and where did they surface from? The Grand Canyon area?
Well, that depends. I mean, there's a lot of them that did. The Chitauri evolved there. The Chitauri are a reptilian race that actually originally came out as surfaced in Africa. Okay. What people in today's world know as a dwarvish race were literally built underground. And then, of course, you've got earth elementals, which spawned from underground to start with.
Very cool. Very cool. So with those races that are down there, how many of them actually come up here to kind of explore the upper part of Earth?
Actually, a phenomenally high number of them, but most of them are adept at concealing themselves in such a way that you won't notice them. Like, you don't get a lot of them wandering around in the cities. Okay, I will tell you that there are, your hybrids, as in the, half human, half other race. Many of them will come up and they just look a little different, but they look close enough to normal that you just ignore them.
Awesome.
But if you're asking if there's some sort of real weird ones, I mean, there was a video of a set of Teklek in the New York sewers. Right. Now, they didn't come up from underground. They came here from off-world.
Right. Hey, before we go any further with questions, there's a good friend in our chat room tonight. It goes by Swamp Dweller. He'll be a guest on our show for one of our Halloween specials coming out. It's his birthday today, and we want to give a big shout out to Swamp Dweller. And I got to tell you, man, you're one of the biggest YouTube channels that we have had on this show. You're an amazing storyteller. I recommend that all of our listeners go to your YouTube channel, Swamp Dweller, and hit that subscribe button and ring that bell. You're an absolute mentor and idol of mine personally on YouTube, and I've learned a lot from just looking over your channel and what you do. I hope you have the best birthday ever, and that you take the time to splurge in your success, because there's a lot of people who are very proud of you and proud to know you, and the fact that you come on into our chat room and hang out with our listeners here on Spaced Out Radio is incredible. And much love from all of us at Spaced Out Radio to you. Happy birthday to our good friend Swamp Dweller there. And thank you so much for letting me break in there, Keith. Let's get to the Michael Leger's question. The Michael Leger. What kind of species of alien propels their craft via flatulence?
I really cannot give you an answer to that one. People that smell like that, I try not to hang around. But, in all fairness, I have not, I would suspect it is likely. I'm just trying to think here. They're not actually, they don't actually have spaceships. There's a few that it would not be a shock. Let me just see. Did I bring the book up? Volume 2. I was looking at one that you might consider it propels itself that way. The one, and it's not technically propelling a ship, but the Archons, when the mature Archons, since they're a living organism the size of a small ship, when they get to be adults, you might consider it that's how they propel themselves, but there's none that I know of that actually do it that way directly.
All right, next question. Let's go over to typical watch here. Are all aliens evil?
Absolutely.
I think we need to spend some time on this one.
Okay. Number one, the answer is no. All aliens are not evil. There is not one single race that is entirely evil. Okay, there are invariably oddities. There are pacifists amongst the most violent alien races. There are, you name the race, and there are ones, yes, there are ones that are evil, but there are ones that are exactly on the opposite side and extremely beneficial, very benevolent. But no, the idea that all aliens are evil, if all aliens were evil, the biggest problem we would have is Earth would have shaken the entire human race and everything else off it. Because Earth itself, is another race. Like the planet is a race. When people talk about humans being essentially fleas, well, according to the Kaborim, which is what Earth is, that's basically what we are. But no, aliens are, the problem is that humans have been taught that if they don't understand it, that makes it evil. Okay. But there isn't a single race I've run into where every one of them is evil. Okay. Certainly they have some twisted ideas in my eyes, and many of their customs people would probably misconstrue as being evil. From their standpoint, it just makes sense. Okay. But are they evil? No. I've never been. Go ahead.
Is it just human nature then, because we always want an enemy? Look, and I'm saying that to preface this, that I know from personal point of view, not all extraterrestrials are good. Not all of them are there to bring you downloads of shiny new objects and bring you flowers in the morning. There are some bad things happening, Keith. I mean,
Absolutely there are.
We can't just put a shiny rose around it and just say, hey, this is perfect. We just don't understand. But the idea behind it is it more because we always have to, as humans, have an enemy of some sort?
In a nutshell, people have been, I mean, you're absolutely right. There are races out there that are just downright nasty. Okay. I mean, you take a look at the Talon and the Vegans. Okay, the Talon are an ant-like race. They are web spinners, but they will literally take people and tear their limbs off intentionally to see how much stress it takes to do that. Now, I'm sorry, there's no nice way I can put that makes that sound like a decent thing to do. Okay, there are some very nasty people out there. But the thing that you have to remember is the way the human race has evolved, mankind has learned something rather bizarre. Fear that which you do not understand. That which you fear, strive to control. That which you cannot control, strive to destroy. And that which you cannot destroy, fear. Mankind has learned very, very effectively from its own peoples to fear most things. Now, fear is a great thing to keep you out of being killed in natural surroundings. Okay, but it has been taken to an extreme. And unfortunately, mankind has done a lot of that to themselves. Some of it by accident, most of it not. By accident, I bring to people's attention the idea of the movie V. Okay, it was a great movie. I really enjoyed it. But the panic that it built after the fact was absolutely bizarre. But humans they seem to like being scared or startled. And unfortunately, because of the amount that's put out there with the emphasis on it, mankind looks at things they don't understand and they automatically seem to jump to the idea. And I'm talking on the whole. There are people like you, Dave, that don't look at the unknown and go, oh my gosh, it's going to kill me. Okay. No, and that doesn't mean you go, oh, I'm perfectly at ease and I'm not in any danger. I don't even walk onto a ship and go, oh, I'm in perfect shape. Because things can go wrong really, really fast. But the issue of are they sort of one of these issues of everybody is evil? No. You cannot blanket any race, any skin color, any hair color, or any skin configuration as all of them are evil.
Right. No, I understand that. All right, let's move on here. As Luis wants to know, where does karma fall into the karmic laws?
Well, karma is kind of funny because the karmic laws unto themselves are by their very nature true to themselves. Those, and they don't, it's not like when people talk about karma coming out and getting you, karma itself is it's simply a short way of saying the karmic laws. Okay, it's kind of like if you're trying to list off all the different traffic laws, they're called the rules of the road, right? Karma is just a short way of saying if you don't follow the karmic laws, they will come back to bite you. Which is where that third one comes in, which is energy out, energy in. Meaning whatever you put your effort into, that's what you're stacking the deck in favor of having happen to you. Doesn't guarantee it. Because the thing people forget is that when we're focusing on something, you talk about wishful thinking. Well, when you focus on doing the right thing, on making things work properly, okay, you're not only up against your own tendency of derailing yourself, but you think about it. The reason a wall is solid is because people believe it is solid. That is the power of manifestation on a global level. People agree that is solid and that you cannot pass through it. If you get somebody convinced enough, or in a state of, if you will, emergency far enough, they forget what everybody else has to say and they'll walk through a solid wall. They just totally, because they just tune everything else out and they end up walking between the molecules. Now, yes, it sounds like science fiction, and if I hadn't done it with witnesses, I'd argue that I'd agree with you.
All right, let's continue on here. We got 5 minutes to go before we got to go to break at the top of the hour. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection is our show tonight. Brand new listener to the chat room, Samantha, is asking, talking about UFOs over volcanoes, what about UFOs over Air Force bases? What do you think's going on there, Keith?
Seeing where technology has gotten to. I hate that word. The gotten thing. Anyway, they are literally flying over the air bases, over naval bases, air bases, army bases, whatever, even training sites. They do it to see how mankind is working together, what their technology is evolving to, and where along the technological evolutionary state they've actually acquired. How far they've got. The idea is if we can figure out how close they are to making headway, we can accommodate their arrival. Oddly enough, humans look at it and go, the aliens are worried about, we're worried about the aliens coming down here. The comical part when you get up there is they're just as worried about mankind getting off this planet en masse. So they keep very close eyes on not only on the air bases, but on research centers, on hospitals, they even keep an eye on, this is why they keep showing up at really weird hours to different people's houses, especially if you're looking at old age homes. Let's see how this race, on the whole, is dealing with the imminent demise of their people. Okay, because many of the races are very cold and very cold by human standards. So they come over places like the air bases, because the air bases, if you remember, air base, the military bases have theoretically got the best technologies for scanning for concealed, for hidden vehicles and what have you. They've got the best sonar and what have you. So if you're bringing down a crew and you're trying to teach them how to handle their own cloaking capacity and their own stealth options, going into a place that is high security on Earth, is a good way to give a kid a test. One of the most common races that you'll find over military bases will be the Martokians. Okay, quite literally, they're Martians.
Perfect. Let's go to Greg. Can the Aurora camouflage by hugging a tree, or is that Sasquatch?
That's Sasquatch. The Aurora will just tear the tree up and hit you with it.
Okay. L is asking, what type of heavy metal do the Nordics prefer? Come on.
I have no idea.
I think they're about Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, maybe a little Pantera on the side. I heard that the Nordics really like Walk and Cowboys from Hell. That's at least what I've heard. I could be wrong.
That's okay. I'll leave you with that one because, well, frankly, I don't listen to heavy metal.
Well, you should.
Well, actually, I really shouldn't.
No, you should.
It's
good for you.
There's a nasty type of heavy metal, from what I gather, that is called death metal.
It's fantastic.
That will literally stop my heart.
Well, you don't have to go that hard.
That
hard. All right. Minute left. Alien Critter is asking, hi, Alien Critter. How you doing? Keith, are there adversaries of the Galactic Council?
Always. Fortunately, we're not dealing with them here. There are adversaries because there are out in other areas, other sectors. We said this is why I tell people the alien races are not much different than humans. They still have border problems. They still have their own what we call countries, but in their case, they span over star systems. Okay. So are there other people that are complicated? Do they have infiltration and that sort of thing? Just like on Earth, the answer is definitively yes.
Well, that's a good place to stop it right there, as we will continue with audience questions when we come back on the Mighty SOR. And we haven't ruffled R Keith Andrews' beautiful pork chop sideburns just yet. So we're going to keep on rolling with questions for R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Keith is a good friend of this show. Probably 6 years in now, almost 7 years in, that he has been with me, hanging out, talking all things alien, all things woo. Come aboard the woo train as R Keith Andrews takes us into hour number 2 on Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're clear, buddy.
Oh, I'm going to go grab a quick drink. I'll be right back.
There you go, man. James Tench, welcome to our channel. How you doing? Who else am I missing here? I'm way back in the chat room here. I'm catching up here with your questions. Right now, I'm about, just so you know, I'm about 12 minutes behind in the questions. So I will catch up. I just have to just give me a little bit here. Rage Clan, how you enjoying your first live show? Hey, Flat Earther, what's happening, buddy? Thank you for that awesome super chat, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, if I'm kind of looking away here, I'm looking at the chat room, seeing if Jazz, how are you? Seeing if I missed anybody, because I always like to say hello. Taywaz, how you doing? Thank you for joining us. The sensational Susan B has arrived. Thank you for joining us, Susan. And let's see here. Yeah, the show always goes fast, Keith, on here. It really does. You guys got some great questions coming up, so just bear with me. Like I said, I'm way behind in the chat room. And Bassmaster, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. And Spooky Morales, thank you so much for that awesome super chat, man. Really do appreciate your love and support of this show, brother. Thank you. Joshua S., how you doing? Rayvon is Ryan. How you doing, buddy? Noble Patrick, good to see you, brother. Major Lee, reborn from ash. What's happening? Stevie Franchise, what's happening? Good to see you. And that's where we're caught up. That's where we're caught up to. Don't forget, John Hudson will be here for the Unbiased UFO Report. And, of course, there is an after show. Once again, every Friday night, we do an after show. This is not going to be a long one. And the main reason why is I got to be up at like 7 o'clock in the morning. Yes, first morning hockey practice for my son. Loving it. Loving it. This is what it's all about. So, yeah, I got to be up early, but we will do the after hours show. And probably for an hour and hang out there. So if you want to hang out with us after the show, that's where we'll be. We'll take your questions and your comments and everything like that. We got about 4 minutes, Keith.
Yep, not a problem. Just calling up a couple of pieces of information. I like the fact you put that question up because it meant that I got a chance to look for them.
Oh, hey, Clam. Thanks for that password. Hey, B. Hoff, good to see you. Mandingo, what's happening? Samantha and Lynn are this weekend on Sunday. Yes. I want to say a big thank you here as I scroll way up here because I got to go 12 minutes behind here in order to get to the questions. Keith, we're going to have to race through some of these to catch up.
Absolutely.
Okay. But a big thank you to Spooky, to Flat Earther, Lori, Space Cow, Jules, Cat Chaser, Jeremy, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on Spaced Out Radio each and every month here and each and every night. And we really do appreciate it. Don't forget that you can get your awesome swag by going to our website, spacedoutradio.com. Check out our store. So go to the shop on the top. It'll say shop. Go there. We got some incredible swag for you, not just T-shirts. If you click on a logo you like, you can scroll down and see what other products we have on that logo. That would be great. And I think you'll really enjoy it. And I want pictures when you buy your swag. I want pictures of you wearing it or pictures on how you are looking for Spaced Out Radio. We want to make sure that we get a big audience content on our website of you enjoying the show. So, you know what? Send those pictures in. We'd appreciate it. You can send them right in on the website, and we'll get them up there eventually. I'm having a lot of fun tonight, man. A lot of fun tonight. This is just a great show. R Keith Andrews is one of our best guests that we have, and just pick up the hair and show them the pork chops there, because we got to get going right now.
What that? They just come down a little way.
Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Thank you to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam, he set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Hey, Metallics is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. Keith comes in near the beginning of each month to talk about strange things happening from the aliens above and from time travel, inner Earth, wherever they are. Keith, we're going to continue on with audience questions here. This one coming from James. What are orbs? What race has the largest individuals? So two separate questions there.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Orbs are the racial name is a Vorosic, and they are literally an energetic orb. Okay, that'd be the first answer. Okay, you do have the other side of it. The largest race, well, it's a little bit of a toss-up. The Caboran, which are planets, are just about the largest, but the Archons, which start out the size of a parasite, are bigger than the Caboran when they actually grow to full size. And of course, then we have the Anunnaki, which everybody has looked at. The Anunnaki are, by human standards, they're the largest bipedal humanoid race. Okay, although the Drakes do run a close second, they're the largest reptilian race.
Okay, perfect. Let's move on here. Yola Tango is asking, how do the planet races mate?
They are, what is the term it's called? I'm looking for the actual term and I'm drawing a complete blank. They literally will dislodge a part of them and that part will grow. I forget what it's called when a race does that of its own accord.
Okay.
I was going to say mitosis, but that's wrong. There's a scientific term that actually refers to it quite nicely.
Spooky is asking, what is it that skeptics don't get when they ask, where are your photos, videos of your experiences?
Oh, that's the easy part. They don't get that I don't have them. They have this, skeptics have this thing that if you can't show it in physical form, it didn't happen. Right. And, the reality is I just don't have them. It boils down to, number one, technology for me doesn't work as well as I'd like it to most of the time. But much more importantly, I came to the conclusion that I didn't actually require it. Now, I did get one I shared with Dave years ago. Right. That I went out of my way to get with the Pleiadian hybrid. But on the whole, I don't have photos. And that's what skeptics aren't getting.
For you, and let me add this to it. For you, it's not a matter of trying to prove it to anybody. It's a matter of, for you, improving your own communication.
Ultimately, yes.
All right. Next question from Sovereign. Which alien species mutilate and eat humans?
Well, mutilate is another question, but as far as humans go, the Teklik are the most well known for it because they find humans are rather tasty. Okay, they're the ones you really don't want. I mean, they will. They're and the lichen will. Okay, there's another term for it, but any of the carnivorous ones will eat humans if they can get away with it. But when you're taking a look at the Muldocs and the Teklik, they literally will hunt them for food. Now, it's not called much of, and the Teklik just simply abduct you and away they go. The Muldoc will actually come down to Earth and use Earth as a hunting ground. Fortunately, that takes a whole lot of finagling to actually be able to get it. Okay, and to be able to actually do that. It doesn't, when we talk about Earth being protected, it's not 100% guarantee that nobody gets onto it. I mean, let's face it, Earth is kind of a big place.
Very true. Very true. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Rage Clan is asking, what strange craft are going in and out of the oceans and seas?
That depends on the part of the ocean and sea we're talking about, as in where on Earth. Because there are, you might be dealing with Archons, you may be dealing with the seafaries, and of course, when you start looking at the merfolk, they don't exactly come out with ships. Okay, the merfolk themselves you may be spotting them, and of course, the water elementals are a good example of something, and it's not a ship; it's an entity. It's just mankind has this idea that if you don't have a ship, you can't go into different mediums of travel. But that's understandable. Mankind is kind of a young race.
Very understandable. Very understandable. All right, let's move on here. Space Cow is asking, how many types of cloaking are there?
That I can think of right offhand, I can think of 4 right off the bat. You've got triphasic, which really boils down to they alter their vibratory rate and they just move so quickly you cannot see them. There is sonic cloaking. There's also optical cloaking. Sonic cloaking, meaning they create a sonic field, a sound wave around you that you can't see through. That you can, or around them rather, that you can't see through. Okay, there is also, what is it called? Looking for the name for it. They literally draw the clouds around them to cloak themselves in the clouds. Okay. So, I mean, there's a number of other, the idea of true cloaking. There is, of course, the photo cloaking, which literally means, and mankind has this, okay, where they literally set up an array of cameras on the front of their ship and project, well, they set up the cameras behind them and they project to the front of the ship what is behind them. Net result, when you're looking at them from any angle, you're seeing what's beyond the ship and you can't see them at all. So you have to watch for a discrepancy in what's showing up and vanishing.
All right, Nicola is asking, which race out there is the most technically advanced?
Now that one, I keep calling them the mechanoids, and the mechloids are a real nasty race. Technologically, they are far further advanced than most. What they are, and they're actually going into the second book. But well, I'm sure you did. If you ever watched the show Batteries Not Included, okay, from way back in the 90s, I think it was, right? They did a reasonably good job in coming up with the idea. They're not quite that cute, by the way, but they are probably the most technologically advanced, depending on how you look at it. Now, there is another race, and that's why I said it was a good thing I opened this up, because I keep looking at it going, I've got to remember these names sometimes. Here we are. They are called the Xenon, and they literally look, if you will, kind of similar to what the Transformers do, without half the decent side of them. That is the race that is causing the problem for the Tech-Lec, which is what drove the Tech-Lec here in the first place. Okay, so technologically, they are debatably amongst the most advanced. Primarily because, well, they're living metal and they are only technology.
Right. Okay, well, let's move on here, my friend, as we continue on here. This one goes to Sovereign. How do the reptoids clone a hologram of our body so instantaneously?
Well, we have 3D printing. Theirs is more effective. That's pretty much the easiest way to put it. Because you got to remember, they're not making these things so they can interact. Okay, what you'll find with some people when they've been taken is whoever lives with them says, I couldn't get them to wake up at all. And that's because they're not designed to be animated. They are simply a shell that is built to breathe, so it looks like it's breathing. Right, but doesn't do anything. So waking it up, it's kind of like grabbing hold of your pillow and shaking it and hoping it's going to get up and move. And then being scared half to death when it does.
All right, follow up from Sovereign. How are aliens getting into the sewer systems? Are they coming up from the ground? Did the aliens actually build the sewer systems to siphon our excrement?
Number one, the aliens didn't build the sewer systems, period. Mankind built their own. Sometimes mankind, in their efforts to dig holes in the ground, have open access to the inner worlds. Okay, how they get in there? Well, if you take a look at the Tech-Lec, they got in there from the exterior. Okay, in all likelihood, going in through a storm drain. But, do they operate, are they doing it to siphon things from man? No.
All right, follow up from Sovereign. Can you please elaborate on the Archons starting out as a small parasite? So our contact demons are basically bad bacteria, correct?
Well, I find it difficult to, I find it very misleading to call the Archon demons. But are they bad bacteria? No, but from a human standpoint, they're more of a parasite than a bacteria. But they take a mortal host and they lay their eggs in said mortal host. Now, the neat part about it is they don't technically lay them in a corporeal body. They'll leave them in a puddle. Okay. And said puddle will pick them up. And then they will pass through that and they will draw the food off of whatever organism gets them. And eventually they'll work their way into bigger bodies. And when they run out of bigger bodies, they vacate. When they get to maturity, and they're usually tiny still at that point, where they're able to sustain their own life, at that point, they will wander off. Okay. And they'll eventually get off the planet before they get anywhere near size. They usually end up riding evaporating water into the higher stratosphere and then breaking off on the upper winds. Then once they get outside, now at that point, they're now feeding off of the solar energy and off of the particle of the interstellar particulates until they get to the size where they literally will feed off of a Caboran. Nasty problem there is if the Caboran happens to have a bunch of people living on it, well, kind of sucks to be the other people.
True. Very true. All right. Gaping Hole is asking, what's more special, mankind or this planet?
In whose opinion?
I don't know.
Sadly, and you're not, in my opinion, it's very simple. The planet. And that sounds really cold, but understand, the planet is not trying to kill other planets. Humans have this incredible capacity of treating each other like absolute doorknobs and then wondering why their world goes upside down. Now, I don't know if I want to call them more special, but I'm more connected to the planet than I am to people. And yes, I realize what that sounds like.
Mm-hmm. I get you. All right. Eddie is asking, which sect of aliens built the pyramids, in your opinion?
A little hard to call them aliens. Humans. It's just they were humans before mankind lost a lot of its technological capacity. See, if you want to chalk it up to aliens, the Mobians, which left Earth centuries ago, are actually the ones technically that built them. How they managed to maintain, how they managed to get them to stay after the race collapsed is a brilliant question. I love it, and I haven't figured that one out yet. And even the Mobians I've talked to haven't figured out why those particular buildings stayed put, except for the fact that they were repositories of incredible information, way more than what mankind has deciphered thus far. The hieroglyphics built inside them are part of the reason that the pyramids stayed intact, is because of the way that they were configured. But it wasn't technically aliens that built them at all.
All right. Question from Joe on Facebook. Keith, what do you think about the quarter experiment? Does it work? Are there any other techniques to detect abductions? Now, Joe is the guy who I told to put quarters on his nightstand to see if they stacked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they worked for him. He's just in big time denial that he's got aliens.
Well, I'm not the one to tell him whether he does, but that being said, I know you will. And I'm not arguing that point at all. But as far as does it work, the answer is absolutely. Because it doesn't take much to actually pick them up and stack them. You know, it's a very simple way. And the funny part about it is that only works if the alien wants to let you know he was there. Okay, something I've told other people to use is take a light picture frame and stand it on your frame, like put talcum powder or better yet cornstarch on the table, and set a light picture frame on said cornstarch, right? Someplace where you won't accidentally run into it. Therefore, if it gets bumped, it'll move, and when you look at it, it'll have clearly moved. The cornstarch will tell you it's been moved. This will tell you somebody extra was in the house.
That makes sense. Yeah, the coin experiment, just so people know, that's where you take a couple of coins and you lay them down flat side by side. And then if you think you are having any sort of ET contact, what you want to do is you want to put it out to yourself before you go to bed, almost in a prayer type form, and say, look, if you are taking me, please stack the coins. And if I get back and you haven't stacked them, allow me the ability to stack them so that way I know. Many people that we have introduced this to during the show over the years have tried this with success, where they wake up in the morning and they have no recollection, only that something weird seemed to happen. And they get back and they look on their desk and the coins are stacked. So what you want to do, though, is you want to put them far away enough from your bed or you're on your far part of your nightstand, so that way there's a little less chance of them being bumped or you subconsciously doing it. So that's just the way we go with it. All right, let's go to Lazarus here. Lazarus is asking, Can you ask if the moon was put in place by aliens or was it always there?
Well, it wasn't exactly always there, but it wasn't put there by aliens. Had something to do with the way that the entire system was set up, much like an electron leaving an atom and reconnecting with another atom. The moon was basically, it was part of another system, be it an asteroid, be it exactly where it originated, I don't know. But it got into the right orbit and hit the right spot, and net result, here it is. Was it actually drawn in there by aliens? Not from my understanding.
All right, let's continue on here. Samantha says, wish we could come up with a plan to turn the tables on the abductions by somehow trapping the abductor. Reverse abduction, anybody?
Already being done.
By who?
Well, aside from other races, humans have captured a number of off-worlders. They're just not telling you about it, and they're not about to admit it. Not yet, anyway.
Spaghetti is asking, what species is showing humans their hybrid children?
That would be the Greys, the Zeta Reticulans. They're the most common. The Nordics are involved in it. Some of the reptilian races, as in the Srazazians, will. Okay. You certainly won't get the Teklex showing you. And of course, the Pleiadians absolutely will periodically do so. But it's not every race that'll do it, because it revolves around realizing the other race has to realize and has to understand the importance of that human bonding with the child. The parents bonding with the child for the child to adapt properly. It's part of the cultural training, which is why I said first off that the Greys are the primaries.
All right, we've got a minute left. Let's try and sneak in one more here. Luis is asking, does the planet Nibiru actually exist? Also, does it ever come to our solar system, as I've heard?
Well, first of all, the planet Nibiru technically isn't a planet, it's a ship. Does it exist? The answer is yes. Does it come to our planet and to our system approximately every 3,600 years? The answer is also yes. Okay, but the reality is, if you look at it, if it were a planet making that orbit, as some people have suggested, it would turn this planet, the entire solar system, upside down, or more to the point, inside out, because of gravitational pulls. You have to look at the reality. In order to pass through the orbit without actually doing that, it would have to be able to control the gravitational field, so it didn't disrupt the flow. And the other side of that question is, you're looking at the Anunnaki on board. Are they coming back to check on people? Absolutely. Are they coming back to eradicate or abduct a whole pile of new people? Not at all.
All right. On that note, I will let you get comfy for the break here, R. Keith, as R. Keith Andrews and the ET Connection continues here on Spaced Out Radio with audience questions. We're enjoying the night on the Woo train. We've hit fourth gear. Let's see if we can put her into fifth by the time we get back here on Spaced Out Radio. R. Keith Andrews comes in once a month with the ET Connection. We'll be back right after this. All right, we're clear, Keith.
Okie doke. And you're running off somewhere, apparently.
Me?
Oh.
Where am I running?
No, I figured you were running off the way you put that. I figured you were taking off to, to let the pups out.
No. All right. Let me just get caught up with everything here. Chefist and your mustache. How you doing? Good to see you. And Let's see who else has come on in here over the last little bit. I'm about 10 minutes behind on the questions, guys. About 10 minutes behind, just so you know. I am catching up. The gorgeous Ange has returned. There she is. Give us a wave, Ange, if you don't mind. And who else has come on in here? Solar Warden, what's happening, buddy? Good to see you. And Benji might be, or Benjil might be. Welcome back. I know you've been here before. How you doing? James Santo, welcome to our channel. And thank you for that super chat as well, James. Really appreciate that. Thank you. And where else we got here? Hey, there's Fapster. There's Fapster. He's a living legend right there. Mr. Cowley, welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his spaced out radio. That's all I got. I'm having fun tonight, Keith. Flying on by.
That is extremely important.
Mm-hmm. It's flying on by, dude.
Yeah, what time are we? 10:30 already.
I know.
Yeah, definitely a little different. But no, if you're not enjoying it, that's the time that I tell people, if you're doing something you're not enjoying, even if it's work, but if it's work, do not quit unless you've got a replacement income. If it's just a hobby that turns into a chore, it's no longer that much of a hobby.
Oh, I hear you.
I hear you.
Trust me, I hear you. It's kind of a funny joke around my daytime job now because I'm usually falling asleep in my office.
That's exciting, eh? Now, this said, if you're falling asleep in your office, obviously you're not driving cab.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not an Uber driver, that's for sure.
Well, Lord knows I've been known to do that periodically myself. If it's a really quiet night, that can happen. Thankfully, where it comes to if I'm working, I don't tend to sleep deep. If I'm off shift, good luck waking me up. Of course, the odds are if I'm off shift, I'm not home anyway, which may explain why I end up passing out during the day. Yeah, it's fascinating watching the number of questions that keep coming back.
Well, it's crazy.
Yeah.
We got about 40 seconds here.
Yeah.
All right. Big thank you to James, Spooky, Flat Earther, Lori, Space Scout, Jules, Cat Chaser, Jeremy, and Black Dragon. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning on in. And you always have a safe home here with us. We love you, the veterans around here. All of our new people in our chat room, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring that bell. We're here 7 days a week for your entertainment. And all our regulars, we love you. Absolutely love you. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We love being here with you. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Check out our swag, rock out to Bumblefoot, read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. R Keith Andrews and the ET Connection. We continue with audience questions here as Keith joins us once a month to talk about all things extraterrestrial. And Spaghetti Lee has a question right off the bat here. Keith, what species is most likely to intervene in human military activity?
Depends entirely on the activity. If we're talking two armies attacking each other and killing each other off, nobody's going to step in. If we're talking out-and-out nuclear war, then the consortium itself will authorize whatever race is handy to go down and interrupt it. Okay, if it's a military action that is going to damage the planet itself in a big way, and I don't mean just dropping a bomb, I'm talking about something that will alter the actual configuration of the planet, then the consortium will step in and do something with it. Now, which race they put behind the wheel, as it were, depends entirely on who's available.
Right on. Right on. All right, let's move on. Follow-up question from Spaghetti Lee. What race is placing starseeds and hybrids on Earth?
Well, it's funny. The hybrid side of it depends on the race. The most common one would be the Greys, the Zeta Reticulans. Although there are other races that have children down here. Okay. It's kind of funny because some of them actually will put their misbehaving hybrid children on the planet as a sort of punishment, if you will. I.e., we've got all these great toys up here, all this technological advancement. Okay, you don't want to treat this stuff properly. We're going to put you in the backyard. Now let's see how happy you are. Okay. Where it comes to starseeds, that boils down to essentially the same thing. Okay, because you're looking at people that have come down. More often than not, they're not so much placed here as they're born here. Okay, the Indigo children were the best examples of it. That were children that were born here, knowing exactly what they were up to, knowing exactly why they came here, with knowledge that went way beyond normal human can. But starseeds are actually born here. They're not exactly placed. The hybrids, on the other hand, are usually placed.
All right. We'll give them the hat trick here. What race is here shape-shifting and presenting lizard eyes for all to see?
Well, if you take a look at some of the lichen, they will do it. Okay, and it's not technically lizard eyes. It's just they have to be eyes to see in the dark. And the Lyran are again another race that can make their eyes do that. Everybody that has those kind of eyes is not necessarily reptilian or lizard, if you will. What it is that particular configuration works really well for drawing the light in the dimmer light areas, in twilight, that sort of thing, where they literally are reflective, much like a cat's eyes, which of course does bring about the other race that we're dealing with, which are on the planet, which are Laborian. And those people are, it's not that they're doing it so everybody can see it. It's that they really don't care. In other words, we're not worried if we've got these eyes, because you can't do anything to us anyway.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to Jules Is there a transfer of power happening in the alien political system going on now to a more divine feminine system?
I love the way that's phrased. And the answer would have to be, from my standpoint, is there a power shift happening? Yes. But we have to understand the difference between feminine and masculine systems. We are not talking gender. We are talking creative as compared to aggressive. Okay. And the creative is the feminine side. And is it becoming a little bit more shifted in that direction to a degree? The answer is yes. But this is a normal cycle. Okay. What happens is it gets into a lull where everything is running relatively quietly, where the threat is missing, and things stabilize a little, letting the more non-aggressive leaders step into the control positions. Okay, it boils down to, if the society is running smoothly, the aggressive people will step back and go, okay, we don't need to be here. Let the social side of it come back online. Because you got to remember, in the bigger scale, the creative side is what builds civilizations. The aggressive side is what defends it. And subsequently, when it is childish masculine side, they destroy it, which leaves the feminine side to have to come in and clean up the mess. And by the way, that is not always male and female.
All right. Well, let's move on here. Spaghetti has another question. What race is most likely to eliminate humanity and why?
Humans, because of generally basic stupidity. They haven't figured out that it's easier to build a civilization if you're not shooting at each other than if you are. It's not going to be an off-world race. Okay, the closest thing I can come to an off-world race, per se, would be the Caboran in the first place, which would be ET itself, the planet you're standing on. But it's not a whole pile of different people that are going to do it. Humans are their own worst enemy in that respect.
All right. Nikki wants to know, why would any ET race create 3 clones of a human? Where the ETs transfer the human's consciousness into one clone, then use that clone body and consciousness for their ET purposes?
Well, that'd be kind of like, why would a human own a car or own 3 cars that all look identical? It's because sometimes they just want a different vehicle, or maybe one's having a little bit of a hiccup, so you grab a new one. But understand, they are not, and the one thing that this is seems to be sort of hinting at is, would they use it to infiltrate human politics or that sort of thing? And the answer is no, they're forbidden to. And rest assured, unlike human laws, the consortium is not nearly so congenial about breaking them.
All right, let's go over to Spaghetti again. Are humans as stupid and primitive to ETs as they appear to be?
No, that says they appear to me, is what he's written.
Could be a spelling mistake.
Could be. But that being said, it's kind of a toss-up. But are they primitive? Absolutely. Do a lot of the off-worlders see them as being stupid? Absolutely. But you got to remember, according to the off-worlders, this is a very, very young race. And they do not lump all humans under the category being of that dense. Okay. But they absolutely make comments about it. It's like, okay, you're poisoning your own planet, and it's the one planet that you have to live on. Okay. There's a lot of races that will poison somebody else's planet, but they don't planet their own place that they have to live. So do they see them as being a little bit, shall we say, slow? Absolutely. Definitely short-sighted. But can I say that they see them as lesser than you do? I have no idea.
All right. Chad Smith is asking, Was Oumuamua an alien spacecraft, and who was in control?
I'm going to plead ignorance on this one.
We've talked about it in the past, Keith. That was the big
Probably.
rock that the Harvard scientist Avi Loeb said was alien. It came flying from a different solar system. It was the first flying object coming through from a different solar system that we'd been able to track.
Oh, okay. Then the odds are the Oumuamua was probably right. I can't say for certain, but with that kind of description, it was probably an Anunnaki ship. And in all likelihood, it was one of their earlier renditions.
All right. Samantha is asking, any possibility of a secret alien base on the dark side of the moon? Seems like a good spot for it.
Well, it'd be hard pressed to call it secret. It stands out pretty clearly when you get over there. But is there any possibility of a secret one? Technically, yes, but there's a pretty obvious one over there. So, it's easier to find the one that's standing out in broad daylight.
Okay, but I mean, we also have to realize too, there is no real dark side of the moon either, is there?
Yeah, what they call the dark side of the moon is just the side we can't see from here. But we got to remember that means it's on the side that the sun is from. It's not technically dark over there. It's pretty bright. But it's not so much an alien base, it's an alien way station. There's a lot of ships that come through there and they'll touch down, they'll be there for a bit, and then they'll take off again. And if you watch the moon with a telescope, you can actually see the activity around the horizon on it. Or around the fringe. Whether you call that the horizon, I don't know. I think that's the event horizon or something like that. But if you've got a decent telescope, you can actually watch it.
All right, let's continue on here as we continue with R Keith Andrews and the ET connection. Ken Squatch wants to know, is it true reptilians are shapeshifters that inhabit prominent public figures?
In my opinion, absolutely and unequivocally, no. First of all, reptilians, I know of at least a dozen races, and not one of them are shapeshifters. Number two, the consortium has actually forbidden off-worlders to go to actually take up public office in a prominent position. Okay. And number three, that whole concept comes from the late 70s, early 80s. It was a great show, and apparently it hit a lot of real solid marks.
Okay. Let's get to Nicola's question. You said the Zeons were the most advanced race. What planet or galaxy are they from?
Planet, I can't tell you, but they are a heck of a sight away. They are at least, well, I would have to say rough gauge, they are literally on the far side of the Milky Way. And actually, I'm pretty certain that they're even further than that.
All right. Can Squatch again. Are there aliens going to war against each other?
Absolutely. The Teklek and the Srazazians, which are both reptilian races, are at complete odds with each other. The Sasquatch, which is not, that's a whole different issue, but they have problems with the Wara, primarily because of identity problems. The Talons and the Talons, which are an ant-like race, do not get along with the Vegans at all. Okay. Like, there's a number of different ones that are going on. And of course, the Teklek themselves are in a civil war amongst themselves because of the Teklek's interest in when they first got to Earth, when they first found Earth. The Teklek were intent on coming in and stripping it, but some of their people didn't agree with it. Net result, they got a civil war going on. And of course, the Mechlinoid are basically, they're just plain not nice, and they'll pretty much war with anything that is not mechanic based, that is not mineral based. In this area, the only type of people they're going to get along with well will be the Vulcans. The Vulcans are a crystalline race. Well, that's not entirely correct. They'll get along with the Gaboran as well, primarily because it's just not healthy for them to actually go after Gaboran. You know, it's the one thing to bring a ship to land on a planet. It's another to have your ship hit by a planet.
Very true.
You know?
All right, let's get to Ange here. Keith, what about containers that are non-human for transference of the soul? Which race is doing this?
As far as I'm aware, they're not. And what I mean by that is because the soul is the way it is, there is not a corporeal form, there is not a corporeal container that will actually hold the human soul. Because the human soul will pass through it. It travels at a much different vibratory rate, where it will slide right through anything corporeal. Yes, there are people that have figured out, well, I guess there is one way they could do it, but they're not an off-world race. Okay, but it is considered an absolute breaking karmic law. Because trapping a soul means literally taking that individual's free will away from them. Remember that thing about karmic law, do unto others as you desire them to do unto you? Mm-hmm. Trapping a soul is one of the most heinous things you can do, and it can result. And the side effect of that is if you get caught doing it, your own soul gets pulled apart in a real neat fashion, because you got to understand the construction of the soul in the first place, the way it comes back together. And it takes lifetimes to do it. But if you get separated that way, disassembled, if you will, which is the punishment for entrapping somebody's soul, it will take you literally millennia to get back to where you are. Because now you got to go out and find your own pieces again.
All right, let's continue on here. Chris Moe in Austria is asking, might space, time, and thought be one thing?
Oddly enough, he's not that far off. Although thought is the root. Time is a construct of corporeal forms to be able to reference what they're up to. And space is simply... The best way I can put space is it's where everything takes place, because there is no empty space. What people see as empty is simply stuff that is either small enough or moving in a different vibratory rate to the point that mankind cannot register it yet. Even the air you're breathing is a whole lot more active than what people think.
Continuing on here, Paul in Australia, so we got about 5 minutes to go before the break, Keith, says, R. Keith, would aliens speak to you either through mind speak or vocally? Do you hear them in your own accent, or do they have their own unique accents?
Oh, they definitely have their own unique accents, speech patterns, linguistical capabilities. Okay, sometimes it's an optical thing. You know, kind of like humans that are deaf that work with American Sign Language. They've got their own forms of the same idea, but they absolutely have their own languages, their own accents, the whole 9 yards. And yes, you can tell one Trezosian from another because of the difference in the tone of their voice.
Right. Okay. Let's continue on here. Lazarus is asking, are there also cave aliens out there?
I'm not entirely certain what he's referring to.
Alien species who are living in caves here on Earth.
Absolutely. Vulcans would be the obvious one. Vulcans are a crystalline race that use Earth as a breeding ground, as a nesting ground. Okay, but there are many races that live inside the cave systems on Earth and inside the entire tunnel network under Earth. Literally speaking, there are thousands of species down there.
Why use cave systems? It seems so prehistoric with the technology that they have.
You haven't seen the technology they use to make those look like cave systems. Holographic overlay.
Okay. I guess I can see that.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Kira here. Are the benevolent alien races waiting for humans to release their fear before making contact?
Essentially, yes. Because the benevolent ones know full well if they show up here en masse, mankind's civilization collapses. Because the entire building, the entire xeno-socioeconomic structure has been built on the idea that mankind is alone. Okay, you would end up with, if they showed up and all of a sudden went, we're here, and they're trying to make pleasant contact, all of a sudden it's not just, oh, look, we're not alone. It's a case of everything that mankind has believed and the way they built their entire understanding of the world gets torn apart overnight. And much like taking a Band-Aid off, it may be great. You know, it's nicer if you pull it off in a hurry. It stings a little. But revealing themselves, according to the benevolent ones, revealing themselves en masse would be more akin to cutting the arm off just to make a point, which the vegans don't have any problem with, but they're more neutral than benevolent. But what they're really waiting for is humans to quit fearing each other so much and get away from the idea that you have to have a war in order to actually get ahead. You know, but don't get me wrong. They know full well that mankind, and any race for that matter, has to have military capability because everybody out there is not nice. You know, but are they waiting for humans to release a lot of that fear? Absolutely.
All right, let's continue on here. The ET connection. We got about a minute left. Let's see if we can sneak in one more. Nikki was asking, why would the Sasquatch protect humans from ET abductions or protect humans from ETs?
If the Sasquatch perceives whichever ET it is as being a negative, then the Sasquatch will protect the people of the planet because the Sasquatch are emissaries of Esau, if you will. They are protectors of Esau and her children. You know her as Gaia or Mother Earth, but the Sasquatch are her emissaries. So if somebody's threatening her emissaries and the Sasquatch feels that this is a dangerous group of people, they will do what they can to step in.
All right, Keith, we're going to get you to hold on right there because we will have R Keith Andrews for one more hour here on Spaced Out Radio. As hour number 3, we'll continue with audience questions. And at the bottom of hour number 3, the fedora-wearing John Hudson will be back for the unbiased UFO report. We'll get to the news and so much more on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. All right, Keith, we're clear.
Okie doke.
We're almost caught up here. I'm only about 6 minutes behind here right now. Ozzy Rob, that's some high-quality ham hocks. The gorgeous Adventures with Beth is returned. Let's see. Who else is here?
How are you holding up there, Dave?
I'm doing great. I am doing great. How are you holding up?
Not bad. I mean, I've been tired most of the day, but I also slept most of the day. I remember they had the show tonight, and I figured to heck with it. I was tired. I'll sleep so I don't fall asleep while I'm here.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
I know the feeling.
That'll be.
All right. What do I need to do here? I need to bring that over here. Good show tonight, Keith. You're on top of your game tonight.
I appreciate that. The nice part is you put these questions up here, like you print them up here. I don't know if you're doing that intentionally, but it helps get the answers ready that people are looking for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I am doing it intentionally. And let's go here.
Yeah, let's try the other one then. There we go. Sure, they'd ask me a question about a race I haven't fully documented yet.
Oh, there you go.
I've got enlisted to go in book 2. Yeah, those 2 pictures I sent you are 2 out of 10 that I have. Like I've got somebody actually drawing the races up for me.
Let's see here.
Sorry, I'm just getting the news ready.
Yeah. Where the heck are we? Nope, that's one side, but that isn't the other one. There we are.
That'll be good.
See, the big problem people are having with the pyramid thing is they don't realize that 50,000 years ago, humans had the capacity of physical manifestation down to a fine art. Because mankind has been taught that we're only now reaching scientific capacity. But the general public doesn't realize that this is the 3rd time we've gotten off the planet that I can think of offhand.
Well, that's cool. We got about just over 90 seconds here, brother.
Okie doke.
Hey, Jeff, Steve Garvey, Ed Purnell. How you doing, guys? Hard to believe that Bob has been good tonight. Let's not compliment him too much because we don't want him to all of a sudden go spinny again. Just over a minute, Keith.
Yep. Yeah, we're here.
I gotta scroll back here, find my question.
Yeah, I'm glad that's you trying to find it.
Well, the good part about it is when I highlight it here and put it on the screen, it highlights on my chat board, so that way it's easy for me to find.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, so that makes life a little easier for me.
Yeah, I downgraded. I'm down to only 2 monitors now. Ran out of room when I got the new computer and the bigger monitor.
2 monitors is a beautiful thing.
It is. I'd like to get the system set up where I can get up and actually have. I'd like 4.
Yeah, I've got 4.
Yeah.
One sec, Keith. Big thank you to James, Spooky, Flat Earther, Lori, Space Cow, Jules, Cat Chaser, Jeremy, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. Thank you to all the veterans and newcomers to the show. You always have a good home here at Spaced Out Radio. Get your horns up. Here comes Bumblefoot.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Thank you to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam is set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Hey Metallics is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we introduce R Keith Andrews in the ET Connection. Keith is a lifelong experiencer who helps counsel people who have questions about their own experiences and encounters. Keith, we're going to continue with the audience questions right now. Gaping Hole is asking, what are shadow people?
Well, what are they is an interesting question. Oh, that's what, I was looking for that. Okay. Anyway, the shadow people, it's funny you should mention that, but their actual race is the Slodar. Now, they are a race that is literally, they look like shadow. Okay, that's why they can move through it. If you will, it's almost what you would call, it's, I guess, sort of a demi-elemental in a way. Okay, but they do travel around people. They do watch what people are up to. And the reason they don't have ships, so it's a question of, they come here when they choose to. But they use their own mobility. Are they a threat to people? No. Okay, they really are not interested. They're one of the few races that does not abduct people, perform any sort of experiment on them. They simply watch them. They do their research by watching humans operate. And because they can disappear into the shadow, which is why you can see them there one moment and the next they're just gone. It's not teleporting. It's because they are shadow.
All right, let's continue on here. Can Squatch is asking, what's the story of the mantid beings?
That would be, what the heck? I keep pulling a blank on that. I know exactly who he's talking about. So let's do it the easy way. But what they are is they are an insectoid race. They appear insectoid. Okay, and they are literally here from the standpoint of worrying about what humans are going to do when humans get off this planet. That being said, are they a threat? No, but they are kind of a pain in the neck on occasion. What I'm doing is pulling up the information I need, because these guys have been expanding on what I already know about them. Where the heck are we? But they are an interesting race, to say the least. But from their standpoint, do they abduct people to understand them? The answer is yes. And the reason we call them mantas okay, is because of the fact that that's exactly what they look like. Now, why, pray tell, is that not there? Sure, do it the hard way. Computers and I don't always get along. But no, the mantis race, they are one of the more common, the more prevalently seen, if you will, of the different races. And their whole issue, their whole existence boils down to trying to figure out what people are up to. You know, are they a danger? Frankly, no. Not to speak of. And I'm just trying to do that wonderful, neat little thing. And of course, I'm not going to find what I'm looking for.
That's all right. We'll move on here because we got lots of questions left. James is asking, what species of alien is Dave Scott? Oh, my.
Well, we'll chalk it up to human because, as I said before, as I've told people in the past, even if I know if somebody is a hybrid, I'm not about to say that anyway.
Now you got me curious.
You're welcome.
You jerk. Gaping Hole is asking, what does the age of Aquarius mean to you?
That would be essentially the age of understanding. Okay, in other words, people are going to start to really take a look at knowing what is causing them to do what they're doing. That doesn't necessarily mean they'll stop doing it. Okay, it's kind of like a kleptomaniac going, oh, I know why I steal. They can't stop themselves anyway, but they do know.
All right, follow up from Gaping Hole. Did aliens have nukes themselves?
Did? The answer is yes. Nuclear reaction is one of the stepping stones towards technological advancement. Okay, many of them nearly wipe themselves out using similar methods, which is why when humans get carried away with it, they turn around and go, we're just not doing that. You know, we're just not letting that happen. Okay, there we go. That's that funny little thing that I do. The mantis question you had earlier, the click clock.
There you go.
But did they have nukes themselves? Absolutely. They also had fusion bombs, and they had a real neat thing called the Nero bomb, which just literally shorted out the entire nervous system. Some of the weapons these guys come up with are brutal beyond human capacity to comprehend. You know, which is why they let humans kill each other off periodically. You know, if you're going to fight each other, better you fight each other in a controlled sandbox or in an isolated sandbox than let you out into everybody else's.
All right, let's continue on here. And Spaghetti is asking, what human trait, behavior, or custom do the ETs most detest about us? How do we change it to become more accepted as equal to the ETs?
It's not actually what they detest about humans, it's what they fear about them. See, humans have the one thing that is dangerous is humans have an almost insatiable curiosity. The thing that goes hand in hand with that is humankind's ability to tap into what humans call 0-point energy. Basically, it's a fabric of reality that when mankind works together, they can modify it. Okay. Humans today call it the power of manifestation. What people don't realize is that centuries back, they had that power to a phenomenal level, where their entire civilization was built on physical manifestation. And that scares the living daylights out of a lot of the off-worlders. Picture, if you will, a human with a nuclear button, with the nuclear football. We'll give it to a 2-year-old along with the passcodes and see what happens when they get annoyed.
All right, moving on. Judith wants to know, what is the mission of Dogmen?
That one I'm still working on. I don't get, it's not so much a mission of them, but if I understand it correctly, the Dogmen are probably like it. Okay. There's another term for it. That's actually the wrong term. But they are, basically, they actually come from, as near as I piece together, they come from Lyra. But as near as I understand it, it is more a research thing than anything else.
Okay. Let's move on here to another question. Mondak is asking, what type of character does R Keith Andrews play in Dungeons and Dragons? What rule system does he use?
Well, the game and the character, the one I'm running right now, I'm actually playing Starfinder right now, and I'm playing a Skittermander Vanguard. Okay, in standard D&D, we still actually play in a combination of the version 2 and 3, with a whole pile of modifications drawn from other systems. And the character I'm running there right now is human. See, the neat thing about that is with the gaming systems, especially in D&D, humans actually have qualities that other races don't have, not the least of which is the versatility. Yes, I could go down a very long conversation.
I could tell. I could tell. I could tell.
Yeah.
One of these days on your own YouTube channel, you need to show all the characters that you've created and painted in your action figures.
I will make a point of doing that. I actually, what do I got here? I've got a list around here of things that people have asked me to deal with.
Better get going on that, buddy. Jeff, by the way, is asking Keith, what do off-world guys think of the American Space Force?
That's kind of like from their standpoint, it's a Space Force, and the humans are very happy with it. But when you talk to the more cynical or the more militarily minded, they look at it and going, "That's a Space Force." And you actually have the nerve to get off your planet? Way to go. That's guts. Stupid, but it's guts.
Right? All right, let's move on to another one here. Chris Moe in Austria. How many species you know of, R. Keith, that are not humanoid? How do they look?
Now, there's a very long conversation. Number one, about, as near as I can figure, about 40, maybe 50% of the ones I know that I've personally dealt with are not humanoid. Okay, and how they look depends entirely on what they, on which race we're talking about. I mean, for instance, if we take a look at the Fuente Ren, technically they're humanoid, but their entire metabolic system is completely mucked up. You know, the Udina look like a septipod. Well, they are a septipod, meaning they've got 7 limbs. You know, then you take a look at the Korlok. Well, the Korlok are an oversized amoeba. They do not have a physical form, period. You know, there are a number of them that literally they take a bipedal form sometimes because humans can relate to it a little bit more readily. Okay. The Zerziks literally are nothing but a spark. Okay, like there's no physical form to them per se. Same problem you have with air elementals, water elementals. They don't have a physical form, as it were. But I've seen ones that are very much crustacean based, or they appear crustacean based. Okay, there are many that are animal based. I call it based because that's what they look like and what they're similar to. And of course, if we take a look at the Spirinoctin, literally, you could mistake them for a button mushroom. Like, that's literally what they look like. It's funny because these ones I'm talking about, the Spirinoctin, the Vecna, the Tolek, are non-humanoid at all. They're actually all plants. Okay. But about half of them are non-bipedal. I think that's the best way to put it.
Okay, let's move on. Aussie Rob is asking, Keith, are dream encounters of alien craft still an encounter?
In my opinion, yes. And the reason for that is quite often the actual encounter is shrouded in dream form. It's a mental overlay to try and leave people with a semblance of normalcy in their day-to-day life, to cause as little disruption as they can get away with.
Gaping Hole is asking, are jinn aliens?
Only in as much as they aren't from here. So technically the answer is yes. They are another race. The jinn have a real neat setup. Okay, like their abilities go way beyond what humans call normal, right into what humans would classify as magic.
Judith is asking, where can we get Keith's Almanac of Races?
That's the easy part. If you can contact me directly through here, through the comment. If you look me up on YouTube on Inner Voice Enterprises, you can find a way to order it from me there. Okay, and I will be more than happy to set you up with it. I do take PayPal. And yes, quite frankly, at this point, I ship pretty much anywhere in the world. I'd ship it off-world, but that's a real pain in the neck to get the postal service to go there.
All right, let's continue on here. Lots more questions. Gaping Hole, are the small alien grays biological robots?
No. They are as flesh and blood as everybody else, as most humans. Do they have some robots that look like them? Absolutely. Much like mankind has built some robots that look like men and like people. That came out well. But no, the little grays are actual little gray flesh and blood snack food. If you go to their homeworld, trust me, that's what it boils down to.
All right. Spaghetti's asking, do ETs possess neutron bombs?
That's kind of like asking whether or not kids like to play in a sandbox. Absolutely.
Follow up. Is it true that some ETs are devoid of emotion, much like a human psychopath?
Yes. You take a look at the vegans. It's not that they're devoid of emotion, but they are devoid of pain, which means they do not comprehend pain at all. And because of that, they will, when they're dealing with humans, they just don't understand them, so they don't register it. There are some of the daemon that will literally, because they can, it's not that they're shapeshifters, but they can take a form, they can evolve themselves to look like humans. And if they are, if they're that way inclined, they may well take the form of a human and come down here to literally exercise their homicidal tendencies. Now, do understand, human psychopaths are a real human phenomenon. Not every psychopath is a non-human. As a matter of fact, there's very few non-humans that come here for that purpose.
All right. James is asking, what is the most dangerous alien race that you are aware of?
Well, you're going to love this one.
Don't say humans. They're not an alien race.
Nope. I was actually going to say God. Do I fear him? No. But that is about the most dangerous alien race I've run into.
All right.
You know, I mean, there are others that are dangerous, but that one would be probably ranking right up there.
So is it then, and I can understand why you're saying that, but people for the most part don't have a fear of God. They do have a fear of something with little black eyes coming into their bedrooms at night or stalking them in a forest.
Absolutely, they do. Sorry, I have a tendency of taking things a little too literally.
I understand that. Bring
Yeah,
the woo, man. We're running out of time. We got 3 minutes. Bring that woo.
with that in mind, probably the most fearing the Moldok are one of the nastiest from a human standpoint. You know, they are and they are avid hunters of people. Of course, they will only hunt people out in the bush. And the nice part there is they don't hunt unarmed people. You know, they just don't. But they are, when you take a look at them, they are frightening to look at. Okay, the Terran are they're a reptilian type race. When you're looking at appearances, they can be absolutely frightening beyond belief.
Okay. We got 2 minutes left. We got time for probably one more question here, Keith. And we'll go to Behoff. Why do some aliens smell identical to demons or negative spirits? Maybe ET is a disguise?
Well, some ETs smell identical to demons because demons are an ET race. They're an off-world race. And when you're dealing with negative spirits, you got to understand every emotion has a scent. Okay. So if you're dealing with a negative spirit, you're going to smell the fear and the anger and the, whatever the debauchery is that they carry with them. You're going to smell it on them, very much like cancer has a smell. But this is why you're different. Is ET, maybe ET is a disguise? No, ET simply refers to a non-terrestrial, a non-Terran born entity. But the thing is, all negative entities are not daemons, and all daemons are not negative. Some of them are twisted, but they're not negative. But they do have this tendency of their whole idea of a promotion is you kill the guy that's above you. If you want to get a promotion, take out the guy above you.
Very true. All right, buddy. It is that time once again where we got to prepare to say goodnight to you and let everybody know where they can find your books, your channel, everything.
Absolutely. If you look up on YouTube, look up Inner Voice Enterprises, and you'll find on every one of the videos at the bottom, there's a whole list of ways of getting a hold of me. Okay, you can also look up under R Keith Andrews. You'll find some of the videos that way. And of course, you'll find me on Facebook by the same name. Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, they're all there.
Always appreciate you, my friend. Always appreciate you. And thank you once again. And we will talk to you next month for another ET Connection. And we absolutely love you, man. And thank you for another great show and letting us ask you a bunch of extraterrestrial questions. Coming up next, the fedora-wearing John Hudson returns for the Unbiased UFO Report. We'll get to Shirky Poo's news as well. So come hang out with us. We got a lot more show. Stick around. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. All right, buddy, we're clear.
Okie doke.
Great show, Keith. Fantastic show.
Really nice run.
That was good. That was good. It was almost as tight as Thomas Fessler's hairdo.
Yeah. Haven't seen it.
It's high and tight. High and tight on the hair, that's for sure. Very smooth. Very smooth. Nicholas Renaud, what's happening? By the way, Thomas Fessler will be a guest on this show this Friday, the 8th. And if you haven't heard his show, Disclosure Tonight, it's usually on right before us on YouTube on his Thomas Fessler channel. It's a great show. He puts on great product, great knowledgeable people coming on, interviews, everything. I usually listen to it before each show that I go into every night. And I'll tell you, very smart, classy guy, Thomas Fessler. So make sure you go and hit his channel up, and make sure you hit that subscribe button, ring that bell. You know me, I only promote shows that are high quality and high standard. Thomas Fessler's Disclosure Tonight is one of them. UFO Garage, if you haven't signed up there, make sure you do. If you haven't signed up for the Paranormal Chop Shop with Sonny and Lou Montez, and Lou Montez's lip blade, which is nice and tight, sharp as a knife. You want to do that too. That's a lot of fun there as well. So make sure you hit up all three of those shows. That's good entertainment for you. Keith, I'm going to have to say goodnight to you. I got to get ready for the news, brother.
Well, thank you so much. Pleasure again.
Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Absolutely. You take care.
Be safe, brother. All right. That's R Keith Andrews, everyone. God, I love that guy. Absolutely love him. He was on his game tonight. On his game. There's Stetson John, a.k.a. Fedora John.
How you doing, sir?
Living the dream.
There you go.
Yep. Yep, living the dream.
It's one of the things I wish I'd been taught when I was a kid, is that happiness only comes from one place, and that's inside you. Happiness is a push. It's not a pull.
It is also an adventure and a journey.
Agreed.
Sovereign Cosmic says, rip a fart, John. Dirty Filth, what's happening, brother? What is happening?
Did you see that video of that?
Hi, Sandra.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you see that video of that guy catching that alligator in the garbage can?
No.
Oh man, I'll find it and I'll send it to you. It's awesome. He actually like slides this garbage can forward and gets his alligator into it and pulls the thing up so the alligator goes flipped over. And boy, man, I was, I figured it was 50-50. We were going to watch him get eaten.
All right. Boy, you must hate me with that first topic for tonight. Oh my. And John, I can only do about an hour for the after party.
Oh yeah, no worries, man.
I got to get up. My boy has hockey practice at 8 a.m. So, I got to get up. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just go as long as we want.
Dude, I don't mind stopping early. I just don't understand you parents that let your kids play sports. It seems to just really cut into your personal lives.
Yeah, but my son, you know what? When you see my son come off the ice and he has that giant grin on his face, he's having fun. That's what I care about. And I grew up in a hockey family.
I thought you said hockey wasn't supposed to be fun, Dave.
It's fun when you work hard and you're accomplishing and you're learning.
I know, dude. I'm just giving you crap.
Hey, Thomas Fessler. Thomas Fessler, if you're still around, if you want to join us for the after party in half an hour, you're more than welcome to. Let me know and I'll send you the link. Hey, Jay Fox Hunter, how you doing, buddy? Kira, you stop it. You're just being trouble. You're just trouble. All right. All right. We got 14 seconds. Thank you to Black Dragon, Jeremy, Cat Chaser, Jules, Space Cow, Lori, Flat Earther, Spooky, and James. Here we go with the final half hour, guys. Then we'll go to the after show. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott, guy with an itchy mustache. Want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. It is time once again for the fedora-wearing John Hudson to bring us the unbiased UFO report. This is where we get into all the latest UFO news going around the world as we speak. And topic number one is a hot button topic with me. And I know John only put it in there to piss me off. Piss me off. And I know this for a fact because Demi Lovato's new television show, Unidentified, which was on the Peacock network in the U.S., well, it made its premiere, its debut. And I'm going to tell you, there's not a lot of people in the UFO world who really enjoyed it.
Now, did you get to see it?
I did not, because I'm in Canada and we don't get the Peacock network. So I'm going off of the reviews that I was reading on Twitter. And I will tell you, a good friend of our show, Michael Huntington, basically, I'm going to quote him here. This show just put ufology back 4 steps. 4 steps. Thank you, Michael Huntington. Michael Huntington was live tweeting during the show last night.
Oh, beautiful. I'm so sorry I missed that. Sorry I missed that.
But let's get into it. What do you think?
Well, so here's where I think it brings up an interesting question, okay? And that is that, it's now flying all over the place that Demi Lovato has come out in saying that she has met an alien. However, this alien looked nothing like Paul. Most of us are expecting someone maybe of a green or gray tinge, preferably bald, rather short. Her alien was a blue orb, which doesn't even really have any real life analog. But just imagine a fuzzy, glowing beach ball that floats in the sky. And from her experience, that blue ball, like being within 15 feet of it, that meant that she had come in contact with an alien. And let me say one thing really quick. I don't have any data to show that she's wrong. Okay. And I have several friends that see such things in the sky and around them. And they do also believe that they are part of the phenomenon. So I'll caveat with that. But what I find interesting is that we now have enough different aspects of this phenomenon surfacing that when someone says, "Hey, I met an alien," we don't all think the same thing anymore. And I think that's a little bit problematic because I think there's a lot of people that are going to go, "Ooh, I get to see Demi Lovato meet Paul." And then she talks about this floaty blue orb thingy and they are left feeling a little, disenchanted, which it was what happened to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He evidently found himself very skeptical of Lovato's experience.
A lot of people see the blue orbs.
Yes,
they really do.
Yes,
and
they do.
I'm going to tell you, just from reading what I wrote online, I have not seen the episode, but I'm not going to step back on my stance on this. The only reason why she has a UFO show is because of her 104 million subscribers on social media.
I think it's 115 now, but yes, it's an insane number.
Whatever it is. Yeah. If I could have a 10th of that, I'd be happy. Very happy. If I could have 1% of that, I would be happy. But, I'm not claiming or saying that she's not an experiencer, okay? I don't know her story. But when I look at the overall picture of everything, is this a good thing for ufology? And as I stated before, I saw the trailer to the show. I thought that the cast of characters, which I believe is her best friend and her sister, you could tell that they are complete amateurs and they're trying to act like big pro ufologists digging into this seriously. This show, whoever casted this show, made a couple of big mistakes that I could see just from the trailer. Number one, I think if they would have had a couple of primetime ufologists, whether you like them or not, doesn't matter, names in the field, whether it's Richard Dolan, whether it's Melinda Leslie, whether it's Grant Cameron or whomever.
I would have been happy with Grant Cameron.
All right. The fact is, it would have brought some direction to the show, and it would bring direction to the show. Number one. Number two, the good news is it's going to bring a lot of new, younger people into ufology. But are they going to get the right lesson from this show? Look, we don't need ufology to turn into what the paranormal ghost hunting is turned into, where everybody and their dog thinks that they can sit there and become a ufologist because there is no educational training on this. Okay? That's what happened with ghost hunting. It's ruined the world. The television shows, talk to many longtime ghost hunters. They will tell you the television shows have pretty much ruined ghost hunting. All right. Are we going to see this with Demi Lovato now? Now, granted, we are only one episode in, but I trust Michael Huntington's word when he said it was bad. Bad day for ufology. There's no experts there. All right. There's nothing that is going to move this field forward. And I feel sorry for Demi because this show will likely be canceled before it even gets off the ground. And it's yeah, go ahead.
Lucky for her, I believe it is a canned 6-episode sequence that has already been finished and is already like guaranteed to air. So I think that I think that they'll at least get out those first 6 episodes. I don't know, Dave. I think a lot of what you're saying is actually very sensible. I think that I think there's a lot of risk when something like this happens. Just like when Rob Lowe did his Bigfoot expedition, right? Now, personally, I don't know Rob Lowe. He might have actually seen a Bigfoot in his life. I don't know. But because of the spectacle around what he did, because, just the way it played out, it didn't, now I'm not sure it did a whole lot of harm, but it certainly didn't do a whole lot of good. I think that what it really comes down to is that you just have to find a few good things in it and just hold on to those, things like the fact that I think it's good that orbs are perhaps going to be discussed in a more real sense. A lot of the world still just sees orbs as lens flare, right? They don't even believe orbs exist at all, right? And
right.
Orbs are, and I haven't seen one myself, but I've seen photographs. I've seen very impressive photographs. And orbs are a part of the phenomena, right? Orbs are one of the phenomenons within this phenomena, right? And if you want to learn about this, an education in orbs is kind of part of the prerequisites. So I think introducing people to orbs in a way that is at least believable if you believe the person who's starring in the show, that's probably a good thing. The same thing is going to be said about depending on how she approaches remote viewing, because she gets a remote viewing lesson later in the series, and depending on how her regression goes, because she receives a regression sequence in the series. So in a way, she's kind of doing like this 6-episode buffet of the phenomena, like, oh, I'll try this and I'll try that and I'll try this. And oh, this is good.
Well,
Is there a palate cleanser? And that might introduce, let's face it, right? If it brings in, say, 4,000 people that wash out, but it brings in 100 people that are of good caliber and end up sticking it out and becoming good researchers. I don't know if that's such a bad odds.
Okay, now I know Geraldine Orozco, who is a regular on this show, has been, I don't know if she's going to appear in the show, but I do know that on her Facebook page yesterday, she wished congratulations to Demi Lovato and put up a picture of her and Demi from some conference. I don't know where they would have met, but and this is what Geraldine says, and I trust Geraldine. She goes, and I'll read verbatim on her Facebook page. She goes, I resonate so much with Demi's journey through seeking answers and the profound connection we hold through similar experience with the Pleiades. Demi is a special, kind, and loving soul. I support your journey, bright soul, and know that you are never alone on the highest level. We are one and hope that everyone can take a moment to check with what that really means. There is no separation between the light and dark. We are all just experiencing life through a spectrum of infinite potential. Now, I'm going to ask Geraldine about this next week when she's on the show. But I have to tell you, I think it would have been better. And the problem is when these big name stars come into ufology or paranormal or any type of show that, that they're trying to resurrect their name or they have a mild curiosity, the first thing they do is their publicists literally block them from everything in their way because their publicists are pulling out their hair. Oh my God, my client has gone down the woo train.
I've got to protect my investment.
Exactly. Okay. This is why you don't see Sammy Hagar or a lot of these big name stars doing the UFO shows, even though there's a ton of experiencers in UFOs, ghosts, Sasquatch, weird stuff. When you're on the road as much as a musician is, all right, you can tell they're going to experience something. It's just the way it is.
Well, and maybe you need a couple of Demi Lovatos to come in with the bumper rails on, with the rather unrealistic experience to normalize things in a way, so that then the more regular, performance folks that have real experiences and want to take it seriously have a chance to do so.
Well, the point that I'm saying here, though, buddy, is this: what we need is we need somebody like Demi Lovato. She could be a massive, massive endorser of the UFO campaign or the paranormal world. What we need her to do is to actually sit down with proper people and get some schooling in. Go for a run.
She needs an Obi-Wan.
She needs an Obi-Wan, exactly. And that's what we're not seeing. But let's move on because I don't want to keep biting on this. Back to Joe Murgia on Twitter with his 14,000 pages of tweets that he puts out. And I'll tell you, I love Joe. He's got a terrible hairdo, by the way. That Brillo pad just drives me nuts. But he does good work. And here he was transcribing Lou Elizondo on Tucker Carlson on Fox News. What came out of it?
Yeah, let me just say right out the bat, Joe, if you're listening, I adore you, man. You are the only person I've met that is verbose in text as I am in voice. So the thing was that one, it's another appearance of Louis Elizondo on Tucker Carlson, which, is a whole different conversation in that Tucker Carlson is still the only nighttime news host in America that is regularly taking this topic seriously. And the fact that it's still just Tucker is a little disturbing, but it is Tucker. And thank you, Tucker, for doing that. But basically, the thing that was nice was that it did give Lou a chance to kind of work on some of his, his like core language when it came to why what's in the Armed Services Bill is so important. And so now a lot of this stuff is stuff that we've all already talked about. The fact that it's going to dissolve the existing UAP task force, that it establishes a formal permanent force within the government. It takes it out of the undersecretary and puts it into the undersecretary of intelligence and puts it into the secretary of defense pool, which is I mean, I know it only looks like one level, but that's a big jump. He talks about the fact that for him this is a long time coming. It should have happened years ago. That there was absolute justified need for this years ago. And so he talks about a lot of the core points that we've all been discussing, but does so in a very polished, very clean, very concise way. And Tucker buys it all. He just goes right along with it, believes all of it. Now, I'm not saying he shouldn't, but a lot of people would push back. And Tucker seems to trust Elizondo at this point. And, I think in a way, that really helps all of us.
Okay, and I understand that, but when is Lou going to come out and say something epic? Something that we really, really need?
I honestly, Dave, you're going to hate me for saying this, but I hope not for a long time.
I think it's
because in many ways, once he does that, he's pulled the pin out of the grenade. And as soon as he does that, his ability to have an impact starts going downhill. And so I look forward to it. I think it'll be something tremendous. I think it'll be something impactful. I'm not ready for that yet. I kind of like having Lou Elizondo around, and I hope he sticks around for a little while longer because there's some bridges that you cross that you can't get back from.
Very true. And just so the audience knows, I actually am working on a very big power UFO show coming up in October. I haven't set the date yet. I have to get everything set up, but this is one that might change some opinions on what is truly going on. Especially, I will tip off people, especially with Skyfort. And that's a name you're going to hear quite a bit over the next couple of years.
Dave, you've been spending too much time on Twitter. You're doing one of these carrot things like everyone else.
I have to. Okay.
No, I'm excited, man. That sounds great.
I'm not saying who's coming on just yet. However, I will say that we are going to have a power show talking about Skyfort, their mission, and Skyfort is talking to no one right now.
True.
No one.
And that'd be great. I look forward to it.
Trying to build this up, and I'm trying to build it up and make it happen. So hopefully,
the force be with you.
John,
the force be with you.
Appreciate you, buddy. Another great
My
night.
pleasure.
We're going to get to Shirky Poo's news right now. All right, let's get to Shirky Poo's news. So we do it each and every night. A Bangladesh cow that reached a height of only 20 inches before her death has now been recognized by the Guinness World Records as the shortest cow ever. Guinness said Rainy, a Bhutanese cow that belonged to Dhaka farmer Qazi Sufrian, measured only 20 inches in height, weighed 57 pounds prior to her death at the age of 2. Sufrian said that he knew from an early age that Rani was way too small to sell for her meat, and as soon started to suspect the cow might be the smallest in the world. The other booties on the farm are twice Rani's size. Rani became an online celebrity when Sufyan began sharing videos and photos. More than 20,000 people turned up at the farm this week to catch a glimpse of Rani and take selfies with her. Rani died in August after experiencing a swollen stomach from overeating and gas accumulation. Don't hold in the gas, people. It's bad for you. All right. A Turkish man reported missing after a night of drinking in the woods was found after he unknowingly joined his own search party. Bayan Mutlu, 50 years old, said he was in Kayaka for a construction job when he and his friends decided to do a little bit of boozing in the forest. Mutlu said he went back to a friend's villa to sleep at about 2 a.m., but his friends thought he had drunkenly wandered off into the woods, reporting him missing to the police. The construction worker said he woke up the next morning and encountered a search party who said they were looking for a missing person. Mutlu said he joined in the search and didn't realize he was the guy that they were looking for. They called my name, Bayan Mutlu. I said, "Oh, that's me." Mutlu was interviewed by police and released. What happened is all likely a joke. All right, continuing on. A New York couple whose wedding plans have been interrupted by border closings due to COVID held a ceremony at the Canada-U.S. border so the bride's parents and grandmother could attend. Karen Mahoney and Brian Ray, ski instructors who live in New York, said they were hoping the Canadian border would reopen in time for their wedding when they planned it for September, but they had to come up with a new plan when the date approached and crossing remained banned. Mahoney, who met Ray 35 years ago when he taught her how to ski, said it was important to her that her parents and 96-year-old grandmother who live in Quebec attended the wedding. She's my only living grandparent, the only grandparent I've ever known, so it was very important for me for her to be there to watch one of the happiest days of my life. Ray contacted a man known as Border Blaine, a childhood friend who earned his nickname by joining the Border Patrol. Brian arranged for the couple to hold the wedding ceremony at Jameson Line Border Crossing, where New York meets Quebec. And that's it for tonight. That's all. Thank you, Shirky Poo, for the wonderful news. Thank you to John Hudson for the unbiased UFO report. And, of course, to R Keith Andrews for taking us on a wild Woo Train ride with the ET connection. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone on our YouTube chat, LGAB, Twitch, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us. Because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Hey, boys.
Hey.
God damn
it?
it. You know when you take a swig of water and your water still stays in your mouth while you're talking, even though you've swallowed it, you still get that like water lining?
Yeah.
Talking, it went down my throat right at the end, and I just started coughing there.
You held it together well, though, man.
It's a sign of age.
Man, drives me nuts. Trying to do a professional radio show here, and saliva is getting in the way.
Uh-oh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Stetson John, Fedora John,
How you doing, sir?
Thomas Fessler, 1 week till you're in the hot seat, buddy.
Yeah, should be a fun one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's going to be in the hot seat. Will be me or you, but we'll have fun with it.
Dave, I don't know if you can see this, but look at this beautiful picture of our friend here.
Is that
Doesn't he
Fessler?
Doesn't he look stellar?
He's having fun with Reface.
You said no beard, man. So this is no beard, right? I did as you wish.
I'll tell you, you look like the bass guitarist of every 80s
Glam rock band, absolutely.
Every 80s pop group, you are the bass guitarist.
Hey, Dave, you got the new logo up. Looks good.
Yeah, well, we're testing a few of them out right now.
I like that one. I definitely
That's
like
your
that
logo?
one.
Where's it
Give
at?
me the motto, guys.
It's I don't know if you can see it. It's up in the
Space
top
Out Radio.
left.
Yeah. It does. It doesn't do well. It falls apart when it's small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just the corner. I like this one.
Yeah.
That would be a nice t-shirt.
That one's good, but we don't something the night.
This is the best one for distance when it's small.
It is, but the text to the left and right side of the hat break down a little bit. I mean, well, I would normally have it on a 10-foot screen, so it'd be a lot easier to see without my glasses. But even on a 10-foot screen, it's still, I do accessibility stuff and marketing pipelines for large Fortune 5 or Fortune 15 corporations. So if you ever want help on any of that.
All right.
Well, so you guys must have some pretty strict requirements for text type then, huh?
For text readability and everything, yeah.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure different sizes and different things, it gets to a minimum size. And if you ever have any kind of images associated with it, you have to have reader-based text. So if anyone who has disabilities, they can go ahead and be able to click on an assistive format and be able to understand what that is they're actually looking at. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Man.
So actually, Thomas, I'm glad you're here because there's something I wanted to talk to Dave about, and it would be good to get your opinion. So unless you had something you wanted to say, Dave, do you mind if I did bring something up real quick?
No, press through, buddy.
All right. So ever since I got into this world, one of the gripes that I've been hearing is that the dastardly government shoved all of this technology into private companies because they're really sneaky and because they want to hide it from congressional oversight.
Wait.
Hide
Let me
it
get out my
from
tinfoil
FOIA.
hat for this one because this is a good tinfoil hat story.
Right. And I hear this all the time. I hear this from Nolan. I hear this from everybody. Everybody, the reason why we can't find it is because they hid it in Lockheed and they did it just to spite us, right? And I've been trying to bite my tongue about this for a while, and I can't take it anymore, and so I'm frustrated.
I'll have fun with it. If I could. This is what you call one of those disclosure for dollars kind of things.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, we're going to say some really cool stuff, and the money is going to go flying around.
Yep. I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah, I keep a stack of money in here just to talk about that. Seriously,
there you go. There you go. But the thing that people don't understand is that the U.S. Air Force cannot make jets. The U.S. Army cannot make tanks. The U.S. military is really not allowed to make stuff. They can make one-off stuff. They can invent stuff that then gets pushed off to the private sector to be made, right? What were you going to say?
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah. And so what this means is that the instant technology goes from science and research to engineering, the instant that switchover happens, it has to get pushed out to the private sector. It has to. They have no choice in the matter. Like even when DARPA does something, like DARPA basically got the 117 program started, but all they could do is build a prototype, right? Immediately that had to get farmed out to a private company. Everything has to go to the private companies. And they started doing this long before FOIA existed. FOIA didn't come into existence until like the 60s or late 60s or something like that. So for quite some time, they had been shifting stuff to the private sector for manufacturing and engineering after research was, and honestly, sometimes even research gets farmed out to places like Battelle, right? And because the military are product customers, they buy products and they use products. they're not supposed to invent and manufacture products because that would make them in competition with Lockheed. That would make them in competition with Northrop. And as a rule, our government officially does not compete with the private sector. And so the fact that it hides them from FOIA is just a super cool benefit. It's just like a woohoo, we got this one extra cool. This is nice. Look, wow, look, we were just following the law. And as a result, Congress can't look at it and FOIA can't pull it. How awesome is that? But that was all just icing on the cake. That's not why they did it. They did it because that's how this country's built. That's how everything was laid out. That's how capitalism works in this country. And it has nothing to do with hiding stuff from FOIA. And it's just trying to drive me nuts.
Can I say something to that, though?
Please.
The perfect example of what you just said, at least in my opinion, is the F-35 project. I mean, this is a project that many in the military, in the U.S. government, and everywhere have been stating that has been a bungle since the beginning, over budgeted. All right. Even though a lot of the pilots like flying the aircraft, the project, the entire project has been called an economic disaster because the plane doesn't function the way it's supposed to. And yet, as much as we see that happening and those reports on the F-35 coming out, you still see all of these countries, these allied countries, bidding for the aircraft. I was reading a story just yesterday about the Japanese taking a couple of their helicopter aircraft carriers and creating them and seeing if they can move the F-35 over to that project.
Yeah, because you know? Dave, a lot of what you hear about a lot of the negative stuff you hear about the F-35, it's I don't want to say it's not real. Okay, like a lot of the gripes are valid gripes, but I heard the exact same thing about the F-22. And the exact same thing has been said about every other platform we've ever made. Everyone, look what people are saying right now about the new Gerald Ford aircraft carrier. That people are talking about the fact that that's like a floating brick. And I guarantee you in 20 years, that will be the most amazing piece of technology the Navy has. Okay. This is what happens. We go through a fit and fitting phase that is painful, right?
Yes,
but really painful.
And when you're paying $100+ million per fighter,
right?
Per fighter, and you go back to the 4th generation fighters, the F-16, the F-18, the F-15, okay, the 3 primary fighters in the United States fleet. Okay, there's a reason why they haven't got rid of them. There's a reason why they're still building F-18 Super Hornets. Then the project,
there's a lot of margin in them.
Well, it's not just that there's a lot of money, it's the fact that even the military, the U.S. military, isn't convinced that these planes are as valuable as they seem. Number one. And number two, they're not cost effective for the amount of down hours each aircraft has to spend in order to make it stabilize. So I believe that more than half of the F-22 fleet, which that number was cut. They originally, I think there was an order for like 400 or 500 of them. And that was cut to like less than 200, I believe.
I believe it was actually 9. It was either 795 or 900. And it was in the. Yeah. But this is the other thing that happens in every single program. That's why for the B-21 Raider, the Air Force they're smart this time. They're asking for 150 of them because they know it's going to get cut down to 1/6 of that.
But that's in the manufacturing process. All the science is being handled by, whether it's Salvatore Payetz when he was with the U.S. Navy, he went on to the Air Force. I'm not sure where he's at since that period of time. Maybe he's gone on to Space Force at this time. He's the one who came up with all the UFO patents. And if you look at the content of the UFO patents, if you ever wanted to talk about something being a potential, if you want to call it cooperation between a non-human intelligence and humans for the advancement of our technology, more importantly, the patenting of our technology, which will then control any of the uses by any of the defense manufacturers to use any of the stuff that he's coming up with. On top of that, you've got the Atom Project from the TTSA is working with the Army for the going through all the different metamaterials and figuring out from all the samples that TTSA bought in South America, that they bought in down south, they've gotten from within the United States, that they have those being analyzed at the top level with the Army scientists to figure out how are these metamaterials made, and getting down to seeing how they're constructed on a molecular level to a degree. And
eventually it'll get given to Battelle. And Battelle will ask, where did it come from? And they'll go, we don't know. It was recovered from some Russian crash
stuff here, right?
And then 20 years later we get titanium.
But you got to remember, this stuff we've got now that's going on right now, this is stuff that the United States government already has in their control. They already have the crash. They already have the crash ships. These are just the little bits that they didn't find when they cleaned up the mess after this stuff went on. That's why you've got these little bits of fragments here and there. So yeah, the Army's
unless it was a recovery, unless it was one of the recoveries that we didn't get, that someone else got.
But look how small they're small little fragments. They're not like huge big chunks of metal or anything. There's no wires, there's no hulls, there's no biomaterial, there's nothing. It's all cleaned up. And this is what people are getting and going and sifting through the sites.
Yeah. Yeah.
So at that state, yes, it could be, we could say that they've given it to Lockheed Martin. They've given it to all these different defense contractors. But realistically, all the material science and all the different stuff that's being done and to figure this stuff out, it's being done by the Army. It's being done by the Navy. It's being done by the Department of Energy. So, within those organizations, we have to look and see what can get declassified to that level. Then look for any contracts with any external contractors. A good one, James Webb Space Telescope. Every single year, it was an increase that almost doubled the size of the project every year. And you just have to look at how much money poured into that. And you look at what they built and like, yeah, right.
Well, but a lot of that's because if you actually quote the actual price you think it's going to be when you start off, Congress won't fund it. So you have to lowball it and incrementally climb it. But I mean, the thing is that all these projects, I mean, anytime you have big projects, things go sideways. I mean, even like the big dig at Boston, my God, I mean, that thing turned into a mess. And the thing is that, I mean, but even if you have, because the thing is that a lot of the, for example, a lot of the DOE has 17 labs, okay? But very few of those labs are actually owned and operated by the DOE, right? You have Oak Ridge, you have Los Alamos, you have Lawrence Livermore that are owned and operated by other individuals. You have and then the rest of them are all in universities. Okay. The U.S. Army have a certain number of labs, but if you really want to get like the real crazy material science done, they go to Battelle.
In some instances, but they're doing it at I believe it's the Army labs that are in Michigan or something to that extent. It's like in the Midwest, and I thought it was in Michigan or Minnesota.
But I mean, at that point, they're doing discovery science. Right. Yeah. They're doing pure discovery science. At that point, it's not really useful yet.
Well, yeah, but you also have the stuff that's going on with the DOE and their labs, and all the different development of our nuclear devices and nuclear weapons. That isn't done by third-party companies. That's by our science people from within the government. So it's a matter of
actually, there are several government contractors involved in the manufacturing of those weapons. Now, true, a lot of that science is done by the physicists at Los Alamos.
I'm talking design, not manufacturing. Two different things.
Correct. Yeah. No. And the thing is that the DOE is unfortunately. So the DOE used to be one of my customers. I was a consultant to Sandia and Los Alamos and Lawrence Livermore, and so I got to work with a lot of those guys. And the thing is that the DOE is just weird. It's a whole different beast. It's a whole and using them as an example for anything else is challenging because you're right. I mean, essentially, even if, for example, the for example, the Navy utilizes the DOE in design of reactors and so forth, right? So I mean, the DOE has like quite a well, I mean, they basically have quite a monopoly on anything dealing with nuclear or anything, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that I mean, so I'm not saying that you couldn't find recovered material within, but what I'm saying is this whole idea that the whole reason why it got moved to the private sector was to hide it from Congress or hide it from FOIA. Hiding it from Congress and hiding it from FOIA was just a lovely side effect of a process that's required by law. I mean, because essentially, for the reasons I stated before, they're not allowed to compete with defense contractors.
Yeah, true. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways that it can go. There's over $1 trillion a year that's spent black budget by the United States, by the DOD. So where's this trillion going? It'd be great to have some purse strings in it. It seems like, there's supposed to be oversight on all this stuff, but, there's this stuff of area, they call it, of an important of national security, where it's all this, behind the scenes stuff that we don't have the answer, and we could go out there and make a lot of speculation into it. And it's something that could be, but I wouldn't freaking sign my name to it and say that guaranteed it's going out there. It could happen. But because you have all this money and you just have to figure out what the hell are they spending it on?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that a lot of this stuff is, when you are, like a lot of the projects I used to get to work on were things that no one had ever done before. And so everything, there's a lot of one-offs. There's a lot of custom built parts, and a lot of it is poor communication. I mean, you take, for example, there was all that complaint about, crazy priced hammers and so forth, right? Well, it turns out there was truth to that, right? It's because when you're working on a titanium shell, you have to use tungsten parts, right? And a tungsten hammer is like $400, right? So there was truth to the fact that there were these expensive $400 hammers being used.
Yeah, but
there was a very practical reason for it.
But there were like $800 toilet seats, weren't there? There were some just crazy areas of work.
But those were, I believe, for either the space shuttle or for Skylab. The thing is, a lot of this stuff later on, what you find out is there was practical reasons for why it was spent, because a lot of it was single source, completely one-off technology. You take, for example, the F-35, right? When the F-35 began, only about 35% of the technology needed to build the F-35 had been invented yet. So the other 65%, they actually had to invent that in the process of building that plane. So that means that a lot of stuff is being done for the first time. I mean, there's a lot of technologies in that plane that we've never done before. I mean, you just take the fact that it's a stealth plane that doesn't require it to be recoded after every flight. The F-22, they have to redo that whole coding after every flight. The F-35 doesn't. The F-35, you occasionally have to repair it, but it's the only stealth plane that doesn't have this special coating on the outside that, that has to be redone all the time. Just the helmet system on the F-35, is one of the most amazing advancements in flight we've seen in a long time.
Also $400,000 per helmet.
Yeah, and it's worth every bloody penny, because the thing is that the plane vanishes. The plane disappears. You can look between your legs and see a plane underneath you.
And how much of that $400,000 per helmet is profit? Because all the R&D was paid for by the government. So there's a certain level of profit that's built into every single one of those. And what are they entitled to? And if you look at the overall part of the program, they're making a hefty profit off of, the backs of the American people. Yeah, there's some cool stuff they're putting into it.
Except for one thing. You take Lockheed, for example. Well, you can look and see what their profit margins are, right? They publish all those in their financial documentation. But the thing is that everyone that works at Lockheed is a U.S. citizen. And all of the stock that gets driven up by Lockheed's business is in the 401ks of Americans. So all this money goes right back to us in the long run. I don't know how much profit is each one of those. I know the profit starts out small and grows larger the longer the program is in place.
Yeah.
So I know that there's a built-in system so that they do basically, recover at the end. Because the thing is that in the beginning, it's a challenging thing. I mean, you look at that horribly ugly plane that was competing with the F-35 that lost. That company spent a boatload of money developing that, and then they didn't end up getting the contract, right? So I mean, there is certainly risk involved, right? But I mean, and the thing is that I'm not defending the way that purchasing happens for the DoD, I think is incredibly challenging. I mean, I can just tell you that in the world I'm from, we used to joke that Lockheed was a wholly owned subsidiary of the U.S. government, right? Because the relationship between Lockheed and the U.S. government was so tight. It was so, and it was tight on so many levels, right? I mean, so many different programs. So I agree. I mean, I think all of that could do with a whole lot of better purview.
John, you look at the United States Air Force, though, okay, and even the Navy, for instance. You look at the aircraft that they are still flying, when it is still relatively cheaper for them to fly a couple hundred F-15s than it is to fly a couple hundred F-35s. Okay, you look at their fleet. You have the B-52 bomber, which is coming up 60 years old and still flying. That sucker will be in service another 30 years. It was such a well-built aircraft. You look at the A-10, 40-some years old. You look at the F-18s that the Navy and Marines use. Okay, their approach, the original design is approaching 50 years old. Hard to believe. You look at F-15s, F-16s, all developed in the 1970s. All right, and you look at that these are still frontline fighters that are working. I think what's happened with the F-22 and the F-35 especially is that they have overpriced themselves for technology. They really have. They've really overpriced themselves. Even the B-2 bomber is 35 years old, and they only built 21 out of the 100 they were supposed to build.
Yeah. Well,
right?
The government isn't happy.
And then people complain about how much it cost. It's
right.
like, well, look, the pricing was done based on 100 units, right? If you drop it down to 20 units, guess what happens to the price? It goes up 5x.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that, but they're not compensating for their needs, though. Right? They've taken the pilot and the brilliance of the pilots out of the aircraft. So the aircraft does everything. It's much like we're seeing it with automotive manufacturers now. They're going down that same road.
Well, for the B-2, they didn't have much of a choice because a human couldn't fly that plane. That plane didn't have that you could.
I understand
you need technology to fly that plane.
99. Take away Russia and China. 99% of the world's militaries that the United States will go up against, okay, are still flying aircraft. Like you take Canada, for instance, we're still flying the original order of the CF-18.
Yeah.
The original order. Australia just replaced their original order of the CF-18 with F-35s and F-18 Super Hornets.
Yeah. But the F-35 isn't in great design, Dave. They're already, I mean, there's so many problems with the entire program, keeping the planes up and going. They're already looking at a replacement for the F-35 because they're unhappy with how the program has turned out for the government. Yeah, it's a great design, but it was too many things potentially that weren't done before and couldn't be properly executed, leading to long deliveries, nothing but problems on it. So it's just a matter of cool concept, not the greatest implementation. So, you know.
But I mean, here's another example.
But they're still buying them by the droves.
They created a beautiful jet in the C-17 cargo plane. Okay, that was supposed to replace the C-130 Herculeses. Yet they're still buying Herculeses and flying Hercules aircraft that were serving in Vietnam.
Yeah.
right?
It's a
Or
good
the-
design.
because
Well, and also in some cases, like for example, there's certain countries where they won't. I know, and this is a kind of weird concept, but they won't deploy the F-22 because it is so much further along than that country's technology that it creates too much of a shock situation. And so they'll intentionally fly in like older generation planes so that there isn't such an asymmetry to the technological abilities of that country. But the one thing I'm curious about, Dave, is so are you arguing that we shouldn't be inventing?
No, what I'm saying is, back in the day, if you go back to the 1970s, you had Grumman, you had Northrop, you had Lockheed, you had McDonnell Douglas, and a number Fairchild. You had a number of aircraft companies that were competing, and now what you're doing is it's basically down to Boeing and Lockheed Skunk Works to design the aircraft.
And well, yeah, because there's Boeing. Boeing has their I forget what they call their lab. Well, no, I mean that to me, like that consolidation is just an unfortunate. It's an unfortunate habit that any commoditized good develops over time.
I mean,
you know,
Michael Schratt puts out a great report on the $5 billion. What was it? There was an aircraft that the Navy spent I think it was, they were reclassifying it as an A5. Okay. That the Navy spent $5 billion on for not a single aircraft. All right. And it was canceled by Dick Cheney. And basically they turned over $5 billion to Grumman or Northrop or somebody like that back in I think it was year 2000. And that was supposed to replace the F-18. And literally, they don't know what happened to the money or the aircraft. They don't even know if they went into stealth projects because it was a stealth fighter. They don't know whether it went into stealth projects of secrecy or what have you. Just $5 billion. Michael Schratt does a whole presentation on it. It's absolutely amazing. Where did the $5 billion go?
Well, I mean, honestly, Dave, I don't know. $5 billion is not. I mean, it's not really that much money.
12 Avenger, that's right. Thank you, Soldier Wharton.
I mean, $5 billion isn't really that much. That much money in the grand scale of things. But the thing is that
it was for a couple hundred aircraft, which would have brought the fleet up. So,
I'm not saying that they shouldn't have made them. I'm just saying that, like, misplacing $5 billion. I mean, it's in the grand scheme of things. It's not. It's not like it's not as big of a deal as it probably should be, right? But the thing is that
it's only 5% of $1 trillion, and that's how much is in black budget every year. So yeah, in the overall scope of things, it's a lot of money, but it's 5%.
But the thing is that in the U.S., right? If I'm trying to do something for a private company, okay, if I can't turn an ROI within 3 years, okay, it's not going to happen. Okay. It doesn't matter how badly anyone needs it. It doesn't matter how badly anyone wants to build it. It doesn't matter how much knowledge we'll gain from inventing it. If I can't show an ROI within 3 years, it won't get funded. Okay. The only place in America where I can get any technology developed that takes 10 years to develop, that takes 20 years to develop, that takes, serious physics to get working. The only place I can get that built is for the defense industry. Those are the only people that will fund those kind of projects. And so the reason why I don't have, I honestly don't have any problem with there being $1 trillion in the black budget. I don't have any trouble with the money being spent on this, is because I know the type of things that are getting invented, and I know what happens to those inventions, and I know the fact that those inventions wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for these programs. And so from my point of view, basically all the technology that we all enjoy as citizens is all essentially trickled down, learned, invented, and brought out because of these programs. And this is what gives us our technology edge. The reason why the US has the edge it has is because of the fact that DARPA wants to stay out 50 years. We wouldn't be built, no one would be funding any of this stuff if it wasn't for defense. Now, in a perfect world, it would be different. In a perfect world, we would fund health just as much as we fund missiles, right? In a perfect world, we would fund other things just as much as we fund jets. But it doesn't. That's not what happens. Defense is the only place where this kind of money gets spent, and essentially, what it really comes down to is defense and intelligence is the only place where real physics happens. If you go get a PhD in physics, there's not a whole lot of places you can go work, unless you go work for one of these areas, right? Walmart isn't employing a bunch of physicists, and real science.
They're a global retailer. They're not doing heavy duty material science or anything to that extent. So it's not like a physicist. Yeah, and so
they don't move the ball forward.
And just like these big defense contractors aren't hiring a lot of people to stock the aisles. It's just two completely different industries.
Right. But the thing is that as far as innovation goes, as far as because I mean, like all these people talk about if doesn't really exist, when exists, right? There's no such thing as if. Everything is a when, right? And what these programs do is they bring when a whole hell of a lot sooner, right? I mean, the whole reason why we now have a friend of a friend now makes a living using a drone with LiDAR and a laser rangefinder, and he goes and basically patrols people's farms and gets them back data as to what things have moved, where property lines are, where cattle is, where all this stuff is, and it's saving them a boatload of time and a boatload of hassle, right?
Yeah.
And the only reason why any of that technology is trickled down is because the U.S. military, we were flying our first drone in '62. I mean, it takes big dollars to invent this stuff out of thin air. And you can't do it in 3 years. Nothing interesting.
Who's putting a 3-year limitation on anything, depending on what they want to create, depending on the complexity? Because it said basically the kind of stuff we have for our material science right now for trying to understand these metamaterials. We don't have the material science for being able to create these materials from 240 something isotopes instead of just traditional elements. Secondly, we don't have the ability to go ahead and layer atomic layers of this material in the precision that it's put together to be able to make these metals behave in this way. Now,
and why would you even need them to behave that way? Pretty much only if you're building something for the defense industry.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, basically the only reason why the U.S. government cares, the only reason why the U.S. government is even involved in this whole UFO thing is because of what it will do for defense. That's it.
Yeah. They're not concerned about domestic energy production. That's an offshoot of what they're doing for defense.
Well,
and that's why the ET doesn't want to work with us, honestly, because they know anything that we're going to get, where are we going to use it? For exactly what you're talking about, defense.
Right. The only exception there is that what a lot of people don't realize is that the U.S. Navy is the largest consumer of gasoline in the world. And so the U.S. Navy is actually putting a lot of money and a lot of research into alternative fuel possibilities. And they have a patent that basically takes the leaner concept, the low energy nuclear reaction concept, and instead of using deuterium as a fuel, they use spent fuel rods from reactors as a fuel. and they actually get more energy out of it. And then it also then uses up the stockpile of used spent fuel rods. And they're looking for people to manufacture that. But the U.S. So energy, there is some possibility of and actually I know for a fact,
energy, we're transitioning to thorium now. The DOE announced this, I think it was it a year ago, August or so? They basically announced saying we're starting to go ahead and put forth the use of thorium as our primary fuel. So yeah, we're looking at using some of the burn stuff, but this goes back to David Adair and all great shit that he's been the great stuff he's been talking about. Okay, that he's been talking about for a long period of time. And thorium is one of the things that burns more energy. It burns at a lower temperature. The reactions are more easily controlled. So now we're getting into something where you've got stuff that's it's a nuclear type of energy, but its use and everything is a heck of a lot safer than any of the plutonium based that we've had, even using spent stuff.
Right. No, so there's a lot of good energy work going on, and I mean I know I can't say much about it, but I know one individual who's very involved in fusion research, and there's some real progress being made. I mean, it's actually it's pretty exciting stuff. So I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff happening in the energy side of things, without a doubt. But I mean, the thing is that, and don't get me wrong, like I wish that that it was different, right? But I mean, all I can tell you is I've done technically 7 startups now, and when you're talking to VCs and so forth, I mean, once in a while you might get lucky, but I mean, for the most part, you're not going to be able to say, hey, I need 10 years to do this, right? You're not going to get funding that way.
Well, if there's you say this is where we're going to be able to get in 10 years. This is where we're going to be in 2. This is where we're going to be in 4, 6, 8. You give them an end vision of a picture, and
but usually what I'm saying is there's no return at all for 10 years, right?
Yeah, of course.
And
I'm talking 10 years of good R&D, of just trying to figure it out. But what I'm saying is, if you have your 10 years, you're saying this is what we're shooting for at the end, and here are the milestones of where things we think it's going to go. But all of this is going to change as soon as we get to the next milestone. We reconfigure, reevaluate, and you keep on going along. You may get there in 5, you may get there in 20. You don't know, because, like you say, you're doing things potentially you haven't done before.
In my experience, there's very little appetite for anything much beyond 3 years. You might be able to stretch it out to 5 years, and in practicality, after 3 years, you might not be done yet, and you might need to buy yourself more time. But the point is that you're not going to. I mean, even like this, this one DOE person, not DOE, this one fusion person I know, basically is having to work through the DOE to get funding through Congress to fund it, because private funding isn't going to be able to give them, the billions of dollars they need to build it.
Well, at least we know that saves us from Jeff Bezos.
He's his own biggest enemy.
Oh, I know. I'm just joking. There's the Lex Luthor tie-in and the whole bit.
Yeah.
Agreed. There's been a lot of talk and speculation. Hey, this is coming from private industry completely, no involvement with the government. And what you're talking about is, if it is, you're talking about things that require unlimited money.
And see, that's just not true. I mean, because the thing is that there are, like, the amount of help that NASA has given SpaceX and Blue Origin and all these folks. I mean, I remember one particular example. This was a long time ago, and I think it was SpaceX, and they were looking at like a year to develop. I believe it was had something to do with heat resistant glass, and NASA's like, well, actually, no. we built that already. You you want to see how it works, sort of a thing, right? I know one guy in particular that who works over at NASA Goddard, and he regularly gets farmed out to SpaceX and to into Blue Origin as a consultant. So I mean, there's a tremendous amount of knowledge sharing. There's a lot of stuff getting invented as well, but there's a tremendous amount of knowledge sharing that's transferring to those people, and that's all. A lot of that was black budget funded as well, right? I mean, because a lot of people think of NASA as being this purely science organization, and the truth of the matter is that a significant number of shuttle missions were dual missions. They had a black element and they had a white element. So there was a lot of clandestine stuff going on through NASA.
Yeah.
And those guys pay well, right? I mean, if the CIA or someone like that needs to deliver something to space, they pay well for that.
Yeah. It's a shame we haven't gotten the 2 replacement Hubble telescopes deployed that they got from the NRO in 2012. They were supposed to go up around 2020, but the medical thing that hit the whole planet took that and just scuttled it, and I haven't heard a replacement date on it. It's basically the same technology that they have in Hubble that was created for looking down on the planet, not looking in deep space. And they've got a secondary mirror on there to even sharpen and create a better image. We're just waiting for those to go up. So, there's always a lot of cool stuff that's being developed that we just don't know about.
Yeah, it's funny that satellite was created. That satellite was actually that satellite was actually designed about 4 miles from where I live, and there are 26 of those that circled the globe facing down. And we started launching those, and I think the first ones went up in '76, and I forget when the last one went up, but my understanding is those are the last optical ones that we've put up. I believe most everything else now is other ranges. But yeah, no, that's a hell of a satellite. I mean, that's that K11's well-designed chassis and so forth. But I mean, ultimately, the James Webb is going to make Hubble kind of obsolete in many ways, if no other reason where they're putting it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the part that no one pays attention to, is where James Webb is actually physically going, right? It's like, I mean, it's basically going on the other side of the moon.
Yeah, a little bit more than we're less than just under 2.5 months now until it goes up, unless there's another delay that it gets hit with.
Yeah, but I got to be honest, I am so worried about that launch. I am so it really worries me that they only built one. I would have built 2. I'm really worried. That's a lot of eggs in one basket, man. Like, couldn't they break it up into pieces? I'm worried. I'm worried about it getting into orbit in one piece. Absolutely.
Because is it United Launch Alliance?
I believe it's a European launch organization.
Okay.
I believe it's a European launch organization.
Right, because if it was being done from anywhere in the United States, it would have been, ULA or SpaceX. Yeah, and their Falcon Heavies.
Yeah. No, I mean, I really hope that thing gets into orbit. I really do. I really worry about it, because if that thing gets into orbit, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. The footage we're going to get from that thing is going to blow people's minds. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be really, really cool. But once again, all that technology, right? That's all. I mean, now there are some exceptions, right? All of the deep space stuff that NASA does, right? Like the Cassini probes and so forth, right? That's pretty much pure science, right? Mars rover, all that stuff. I mean, it's pretty hard to argue that that's being driven, purely for defense, right? So there is a fair amount of more, more benign stuff that goes on, but it's still all government big budget stuff. It's not, it's not being done by, because the thing is that even SpaceX, right? Really pretty chassis, great rocket recovery and so forth. But I mean, it's still basically the same engine technology that we used for the Saturn V.
Yeah,
right?
but their stuff works and Boeing doesn't. That's a big thing. If you look at what's going on, Boeing has big problems with their planes. Boeing has a lot of issues with their Starliner. I don't want to see any major government program really rely on Boeing right now because they have a major problem in leadership and manufacturing. It's in they've got a lot of work to do to be
No,
the
you'll
force
get
they
no
used to
arguments
be.
from me, man. You get no arguments from me. Right?
Their plant in Everett, Washington is probably, we used to be the largest factory in the world, is, less than a 10-minute drive from where I'm at right now.
No,
So,
I'm still upset about that plane, man.
737 MAX, what a wonderful design.
Man, that I saw some of the transcripts from what the engineers talked about beforehand, and that was such a beautiful example of a company putting profits before people. I mean, it was just, but back when that happened, like, I mean, I was still flying like 100,000 miles a year, so it's like, and so were most of my coworkers, and so it's like, that was scary. I mean, I was like, any one of us could have ended up on one of those planes.
Yeah,
That was
and
like,
they denied it, and they denied it, and it
And they
turned
got
out,
caught.
well, maybe.
ugh. Yeah, no. That's just like that. Nah, that was awful stuff. That was awful.
Aerospace is important for everything, and it's just a matter of seeing where it's all going to go in the near-term future. And it's one thing to worry. There's so many different things going on in the world to be concerned about to a big degree. This kind of stuff that's going on, getting more of an open dialogue on what the hell. Dealing with governments that have been lying to us for way too long and getting some kind of a straight answer going forward. There's still a lot of trust to be gotten back from the public in general. And, we've got like Demi Lovato going and doing her TV stuff, trying to reach out and bring people into it. But
let's get more into the UFO stuff here, guys.
Yeah. All right. What do we miss?
47 minutes we've been talking about military. And
yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
That's what I was getting. I was pulling it back into UFOs there. So,
Yeah,
what part do you want to talk about,
Let's
Dave?
Let's do it. Go ahead. Waiting.
Doug, we got any questions while we've been rambling on?
No,
it's been quiet.
No,
Everyone's
the
just
audience
hanging out. We must have at least started one or two arguments, I would hope.
No.
Spaghetti Lee, no coronavirus talking in our chat room, please. We appreciate that. It's probably me with the echo, Nikki, because I've got my headphones off.
Could be me. I shouldn't be that loud.
But what do you think of the whole Demi Lovato thing, Tom?
Well, she doesn't come across as someone who really knows, as someone who's knowledgeable. And I think, if you guys were even talking about this earlier, it's like, I agree that there needed to be more to it, more substance, having like, the Grand Nagus or someone else that's going along with her on this stuff could have taken it a lot farther. It's definitely a mass market piece. It's something to go out there and capitalize on her name and try and bring people in. So maybe they're just trying to, keep it at a low level to a degree. Think of it as more of an intro and primer, with less of the hard-hitting people like we normally have to take it more mass market. Because anytime you're trying to get something out there and bring in a new audience and open it up to more people, they're bringing in a strong personality who's got a voice that actually makes my head hurt when I hear her sing. But, she has a lot of followers. She has a lot of influence over a lot of different people. And it's something I've been saying for a while. We need to get people who are UFO influencers, whether they're Hollywood, they're musicians, they're major CEOs like Musk or Cook, or just different people that a lot of people look to. And if they're going to hear something, they're going to take it more seriously, because as Tucker said it tonight, it's just kind of, this is probably the most important thing that's going on in the world today. Why aren't more people talking about it? And it's something that's just, there's sightings that go on all the time. There's things that people see flying in the air. There's been more sightings with more UFOs over the last 8 to 12 months than we've ever had before. So,
but I think I think part of the problem is that the reaction everyone has to Demi Lovato, the reaction everyone has to all these people. I mean, if you think about it, right? You have you have people that are coming from the private sector who are getting in trouble for trying to make any money off this. You have people like Elizondo getting in trouble for trying to write a book on this. Then you have someone like Demi Lovato that doesn't need the money.
And what
She's
about all
actually putting her money
YouTubers
at
who are
risk,
going and getting
and
tips
she's
based
trying to
on
do
it?
it. What?
Where do you cut the line? What about all the YouTube people who are going out there and getting super chats and stuff for
Right.
it all the time,
And that's the thing
huge
is that- is
channels
it-
and advertising off it?
It
And
seems
these
like
are the ones who are going out and complaining.
everybody, like basically everyone that speaks out on this topic gets attacked. And it doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter how they do it. It doesn't matter how good they are or how bad they are. It doesn't matter if they're
Give me 2 seconds here. I just want to say something. I have deliberately erased 2 comments in the chat room, Solar Warden and Sovereign. It's not because you guys said anything bad, but I don't mind shows that we promote as quality shows on being promoted in our chat room. But for shows like the one that you're promoting where the guy is a complete liar, I would really appreciate not promoting that show in my chat room. So I'm not trying to be a dink here, but when the gentleman in question says that he's gets 1 million listeners a night to his show, and he says he's broadcast all over the world on terrestrial radio when he has 0 radio stations, I don't want that kind of garbage in my chat room. You guys are more than willing to watch and support whoever you want. I don't have an issue with that, but I don't want to lead our audience here down a path of righteousness and liars. So if you don't mind, I would really appreciate keeping that show away from our chat room. So
I missed it.
I
Damn it. Is
apologize
it somebody
for
I know, Dave?
Dick, but I just don't
No,
want
I-
that on there.
I wish more people did that, dude. I really do. I really wish, because it's we got to be careful who we support. You don't
Well,
have to speak out about people, but you got to be careful who you support.
you know what? We can never. Sorry to interrupt, guys, but we can
Business.
never control who people listen to, and nor would we want to. Everybody's allowed to listen to whomever they want, and there's some good shows out there where I may not like the guy, and there's some great shows out there where we'll support them. But I just really want to support the shows that are supporting us as well. And that person over there that they were promoting just isn't of quality or of substance. When you're claiming you have 1 million listeners a night and you only have you're only broadcasting on Spreaker where you have less than 400 followers, that's a big understanding. And I don't like that stuff. And the guy has personally screwed me over too, and said a bunch of things that are not true about me. So, and he screwed over friends of mine like Michael W. Hall and Eric Cooper. I just really don't want that in my chat room. And hey, like I said, Solar Warden and Cosmic, I'm not giving you guys shit at all. Please don't take it that way. But I want to make sure that when we talk about hosts in this room, that they're people that deserve the love, admiration, and respect, because they're either that good, that quality, or they're good supporters of ours. That's why I never bitch when someone mentions Jimmy Church or Coast to Coast in our chat room. I never, ever bitch about that, ever, because they're quality. They really are. What you guys think as an individual is cool. If you like them, great. If you don't, that's okay too. But I just don't want to give people the time of day, especially when we are really, really pushing to make sure that our audience listens to quality shows from quality people. So sorry about that. Hate to be a little bit of a dick, but I had to at that point. I apologize. So go ahead, guys.
All right, where the heck were we? Oh yeah, Demi Lovato. Yeah,
Here's my thing. Can I jump in here for a second? Because I
please.
actually have a power thought on this. I have zero problem with her getting involved in ufology. Add to the fact that her followers of 115 million combined is a great way to get the message out. I really do think it's great. What I think they're doing though is with somebody like Demi or Rob Lowe, who's never gone through the circuit, they haven't really talked to a lot of people in this field to get an overall view of it. I think that it's a disservice to the community at large. You know,
but
like
did her production team, or was it just shot completely in isolation from it? Because you never know who's
What I
involved behind
heard-
the scenes.
from what I heard, there was a lot of isolation. Her management group doesn't want her going to any conferences. You know,
She did go to one conference. The producer wouldn't say which one she went to, but she did go to one conference.
It was a Greer conference. Thank you, Reekin Havoc and Smelly Michelle for the awesome super chats. Really appreciate that late in the game tonight. So thank you so much. But here's the thing, and like I said to John earlier, if you're just catching up with us, you know, how much better would this show have been if we had a couple of big name ufologists, not overlapping her, let her be the star of the show, but at least to properly guide her through what is going on and to kind of, you know, let her have some understanding. I'm like I said, I thought a Richard Dolan or a Peter Robbins or someone along those lines that have a little bit of a name factor.
Yeah, but Dolan puts out a lot of stuff that isn't exactly real as well. So it's
I understand. I'm just throwing names out there.
Yeah.
Let's get her a couple of ufologists, even if they're younger. Okay.
Yeah, I have to admit though. I mean, I agree with you, but I really think she could have used an Obi-Wan, and I think unfortunately, I think Greer was trying to play that role, and you know, I mean, I said that's just my opinion on Greer, but you know,
maybe he was
I
charging too much.
Well, you know, and he probably didn't. But my problem is that, you know, while I agree fundamentally, from what I've seen, and I know I probably won't be liked for saying this, but there aren't a lot of people in the UFO community that are really like TV material, you know? Like,
No,
I mean,
that. But you know what? How much more real would it have been if we had her walking around with a Geraldine Orozco or someone who has that television look? You know what I'm saying? You know, now look, that person or people, no matter what, are going to take major criticism. But you know what? I would feel a lot better on that television show if she was walking around with somebody like Geraldine and Tim McMillan or somebody along those lines that could guide her through what is going on. All right.
My understanding is there one episode is I believe, I don't know if it's a whole episode or if it's just portion, but I know that there is some portion of the show that is really wrapped around Kevin Day. And I know she spends time with Kevin Day, and evidently there's an interview she does with Kevin Day that's supposed to be very
Kevin Day with UAPX.
Yes.
Yeah.
So having her around him, Avi Loeb, even bring the Colonel in himself, or not even the Colonel. You bring in Elizondo.
Do we need Demi Lovato interviewing these people, though? See, that's where it gets hokey for me. You know, I would like to see her bring.
Well, it's very possible it was more of a conversation. I mean, the producer guy said the word interview. He's probably blowing it out of proportion.
No,
it might just been a
working
conversation
together on something is, and you know, they're trying to guide her along the way, and you've got them, you know, in more of a the kind of show.
You know,
I mean, what it is to a degree, it's more of it doing things than it is just sitting around and talking.
You know who I would have liked to have seen? I would like to have seen, if he was in better health, Bill Burns take her around. You know, Bill Burns, people love him with the sunglasses on and the ball cap during the days of UFO hunters. Somebody along that ilk to take her around to kind of guide her through everything that is going on, the conspiratorial side, I just wish she had a proper team around her, because right now it looks like a bunch of Gen Zers who are running around. Oh my God, there's a UFO. Oh my God, look at me. Right. And I don't know if it's going to do anything for impact.
Yeah, I agree. But if you think about it, that is going to be the experience a lot of individuals are going to have if they decide to dip their toe in the water, right? Because they're not going to find an Obi-Wan, right? They're not going to get any help, right? They are just going to be wide-eyed and stargazed and just go ooh and ah and this and that. And so realistically, she represents the individuals.
What makes it different from every other show? Dave Altman told me point blank that this is going to be something that people are not going to expect. It's going to be different from what everybody else has seen. And it's the same bullshit.
But the thing is, does it bring in a different audience of people? Yeah, it's not going to be anything different.
I understand.
But are there going to be a lot more people who are younger, who are female in different demographics,
and also
that are going to come in and accept it then?
And also, Dave, like one of the things that a lot of people complain about, and I believe you have as well, is that a lot of the UFO-based shows always have the exact same people, right? They always have like the exact same cast of characters in them, right? And this one doesn't. And so isn't that different in a way?
Okay. So what about somebody like who's pretty respected, like a Bob McGuire? Have Bob McGuire walk her around. Give her that scientific portion. Give her that whatever. I'm just throwing names out there.
Yeah, no. Okay, I would love to ask her producer did an interview on Christine Gomez's show. And so I'd be curious to talk to him and find out, did they, I mean, I know they engaged with Nick Pope for some of it, which is,
of course they did. They initiate conversation with the one guy who doesn't say fuck all during anything. All Nick Pope, you know what? I'm going to grind my teeth here because Nick has never been on this show and I don't have an axe to grind with him at all. But I will say this, when Nick Pope finally comes out and says something that actually is of value rather than regurgitating what everybody else has already said in the UFO world, then I believe, Nick Pope literally has the easiest fucking paycheck in ufology.
He translates everything to British.
Yeah, but that's fine and dandy. He puts it in proper English. Okay. But the idea that he is stealing a paycheck from Fox News and all of these documentaries because of his business card is terrible. Like what I can watch a Lou Elizondo interview. We'll get something because Lou is always throwing out these little Easter eggs. And when you find that Easter egg, you're like, okay, this is kind of cool.
Yeah, totally.
The other thing too, Lou takes your phone call. If you call Lou, he takes your phone call and he's okay with that. But when you get Nick Pope, who literally regurgitates everything that Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo and David Fravor have said, this guy is stealing money and no one calls him out on it.
Yep.
There's nothing journalistic or specialized that he's doing. All three of us could do the exact same job as Nick Pope, but because we don't have the business card, we don't get to.
Or the accent. Yeah.
He's turned himself into a personality on it, and he talks about it, and people want to hear him say the same things everybody else does because they're looking for someone to fill the slot of content because they can't get anybody else.
So
they don't have to worry about him going off script.
And you know what? What I'm hearing is that everybody else is doing all this work, and I'm just hearing what everybody else is hearing. And therefore, I'm going to report to you what everybody else has already heard and already stated, but give me a paycheck and I will do whatever you want. That's Nick Pope.
Yeah, well, like at least someone's making money, right?
Look, I'm not saying that's a fraud or that he shouldn't be in there. Okay, I'm not saying that whatsoever. There's a lot bigger frauds in the UFO field than what we know.
Oh yeah, no, he.
Oh,
Grand
yeah.
scheme of things, he's a very innocent fraud. Yeah, yeah, no, totally agree. I mean,
You know,
it's
he's just a guy who's getting a lot of airtime, who says
Yeah.
"sweet FA" each time. And I don't care if Nick hears this. I really don't, because prove me wrong. What has Nick Pope brought to any of this over the last 4 years?
Hold on, Dave. I want to give a nod to Solar Warden for the best quote ever. Nick Pope is the UFOlogy NPC. That is perfect. Non-player character. That is just perfect. I love that. That nails it.
True. And I hate to say that, because if this guy is truly who he is, give us some juice, for God's sakes. Don't steal Elizondo's juice or Mellon's juice or Harry Reid's juice. Give us something. If you were that connected, because if you listen to every interview, he always throws in there, when I was with the Ministry of Defense. Give us something. Give us something. Tweak our nipples a little bit.
Yes. And Nick, what type of secretary were you?
Yes.
Were
He
you
wasn't even a high enough
secretary,
rank
or
to
were you
know.
the secretary?
Yeah, to know who took your poster, man,
Right?
or why they took it. Yeah, no. And I don't know. I mean, the one thing I will say about that interview that her producer did is I was surprised. I must admit, I was surprised about the producer. He was more knowledgeable, and he was more pragmatic, and he was more he had a nice balance of I mean, basically the impression I got is that he's closer to the community than the show is portraying. And so I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see what we all think after the all 6 episodes have aired. But it's the thing that's so hard is that, I mean, you even take something like what Brandon's doing with Skinwalker Ranch, right? And I will admit, like, I don't personally, I don't actually find the show like super compelling. Like, I don't find myself like glued to the screen waiting for the next episode, right? But I mean, they're putting effort into it. They're trying really hard, and they're trying to make a good product and so forth. And still, like, I mean, there's a ton of people that just rip that show to shreds, And so, I think it's really challenging to produce any. What it comes down to is producing any content for this field is just a minefield. I mean, it is just a minefield. You never know what you're going to blow up on, or what someone's going to blow up on you. It's a very I said this many years ago. It's the most well-read and most cannibalistic group I've ever encountered. It's quite crazy how this community tends to eat its own before anyone else has a chance to.
Well, you know what? We are trying to get Andrew on the show. We've been in contact with him, with the producer of Demi Lovato's show.
Good.
And I don't know. I think he's going to. I think we're trying to get him on with Lynn, because his time is going to work out a little bit better for him to do a weekend show. And knowing Lynn, she will. The one thing I love about Lynn on the weekends is she's all about fun, but she loves asking some hard-hitting questions too.
Yes, she does.
And I want to know what he says. Now, we might only get him for about 45 minutes to an hour, but that's okay. That's an hour we need. You know what I'm saying? That's an hour we need, and that's what we're working on. That may not happen for a couple of months yet, but the fact is we are working on it. We are in talks with everything. So I'm curious, to see how it goes. We all know this isn't about ufology. It's about the 115 million followers that she has on social media, and hopefully we can make some of it. I'm going to be curious to see who's on future episodes. like I said, I'm going to talk to Geraldine about it, and I'll ask, Geraldine and I don't usually go down that type of angle when she's on the show monthly, but the fact that she has,
Aw.
oh, who's that guy, Tom? Oh, guess he's putting him away.
I try to get my dog to come out here. He comes out, looks at me, realizes I'm not going to play with him, turns around and goes right back inside.
My dogs are too old. They're upstairs sleeping right now. But
Cupcake 17, she's just down here with me all the time, and she's starting to get to the point saying, well, why aren't we in bed yet, Dad?
What kind of dog
Cupcake
is she?
17?
Yeah.
Wow.
Please tell me there are not 16. Wait, 17? What's the 17 number mean?
Old. I don't know. Really old.
She's a well-loved girl and a healthy
Yeah.
girl.
My Cocker Spaniel, who was almost the same age as her, he just passed away a little bit ago, and Cockers aren't supposed to last that long at all. But when there's a lot of love and energy you can push into them to keep on going, why not?
I'm hoping to see some of this longevity research get pushed down to puppy dogs.
Yeah.
Be nice to start getting a few more years out of them. I always have Labradors, and I'm real lucky to get 12 years out of them. Lucky to get 12 years out of them.
My two dogs that I have right now, they're the first two dogs that I've had that have lived past 10.
Wow.
Yep.
And we were talking a few weeks ago about it, that like where we live, it's great to have dogs because of the wild animals.
Mm-hmm.
But on the flip side, I don't know if I could replace them. I'm at that age now where I'm getting sick of dog hair and dander.
Yeah.
And I don't. And
I have 2 Roombas.
and getting a small dog, which is just like a feeder for the animals around here. One of the biggest jokes in my area, guys, and it's not really funny, but it's kind of that sadistic funny, is watching every year how many people post up pictures of their missing cats. And they really do believe they're going to get their cats back. And there's been talk about cat thieves and the regulars who are here on a regular basis. Like, the stupidest thing you can have in my area is an outdoor cat. Because here's the thing: when the cougars or the lynx or the bobcats come around, guess what? Cat climbs a tree. They're going up after it. The bears are going up after it. There's foxes all over the place here.
Yep.
Okay.
Small enough cat, even an owl's probably a risk.
Owls,
I mean, it's like
eagles, you name it.
Yep.
Hawks. I mean, I would never want to be an outdoor cat in my area, man. And it's hilarious because at least daily, no, I wouldn't say daily. I'm going to say at least twice a week, there's a post about a missing cat in our area. And it's like,
horrible,
are you fucking
man.
dumb? How do you put
That
your
is
cat
horrible.
outside? How do you put your cat outside where literally all of the animals right now are foraging for food? All you've done is made your cat a meal for some wild animal. I mean,
do you guys ever watch that show Alf? What about the alien Alf?
Yeah, he ate cats.
What's up to the cats? Dave, so actually, I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. So you're a dog lover, and I like that about you, because I am one too, and Tom, sure you obviously are as well. And one of the things that's always kind of troubled me, like what I've heard about like quote unquote aliens avoiding dogs. I get that from a learning point of view, right? But I've run into a disturbing number of stories of Bigfoot type creatures hurting dogs. And like, how do you balance that in your mind? Like your love of Bigfoot and Bigfoot's apparent distaste for another creature that you love very much as well.
I don't even know how to answer that.
It bothers me. Because like part of me is like, well, I mean, how good of a guy can Bigfoot be if he hurts people's dogs, right? I don't know.
But does he eat people's cats? And if he does, he's treating them equally.
See, I'm not a cat person, so it's like, you know, it really doesn't, you know, I don't know. It's just,
I got 3 cats, man. We even rescued a feral cat that was outside.
You
for
gotta
a
be
couple
careful, man.
years.
Their skin is poison. I mean, they're when they lick their fur all the time, it dries and it puts these little bacteria things that go
forget
into
that.
the air.
How
when you
about
breathe
the
it.
brain
It goes into
controlling
your brain. That's why.
parasite?
Yeah,
The
it's a
brain
parasite.
controlling parasite they get that makes you like, you know,
What makes you want to get more cats?
how does anything evolve to know to get ingested by a mouse and then make the mouse not afraid of cats so that it can get eaten by the cat and then gestate in the cat? Like, that's a pretty drastically like multi-step process with unrelated parts. How does something evolve that? That blows my mind. That really does. That really blows my mind.
I don't know. All I know is I have no rodents around my house, so I'm okay. I'm okay.
Oh my! I just
You know,
blah blah
so,
blah blah.
I
Hey,
don't
Dave, have you heard anything more about your Canadian hoarder of UFO data?
You know what? I got to talk to my guy in Ottawa. I'm actually thinking of writing a story on that once I get more insider information, because I do think it needs to be followed up.
Thomas, did you hear about this?
No, I didn't.
So do you know how like Canada's always been a black hole?
Oh
of
yeah,
UFO data,
actually,
right?
there's a guy by the name of Brian Stacy that I know. He's been doing FOIA requests for a while from there. He gets
So it
them in,
turns
but
out
being able to get the stuff published out from him, there's always stuff stamped all over. And
the
it just
the
takes
black
forever to
hole
get
had a
there.
leak, and his name was what is it, Dave?
Rutkowski.
He was getting everything.
Thomas, do me a favor. When we're done here, go on to my YouTube page and watch my blog from last week.
Sure.
It's
Now,
astounding, man.
Here's the fucking problem with that is my source in Ottawa, Canada's capital, okay, who works in government, has been denied some of the FOIA requests that Chris Rutkowski was provided.
And Chris has been getting all this information for what, 10 years?
5 years?
How long?
25 years?
25 years. This one guy has been the funnel for all Canadian UFO information. And he didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, Thomas, what you want to do for your show is bring on Daniel Otis from Vice Magazine, broke the story, did a great report on it.
Did a really nice story on it.
Bring on Daniel and myself for that show.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a hell of a story. And now we know why Canada was a black hole. It wasn't. There was one guy hoarding all the information.
But you know what? It's not Chris's fault. Let us be clear. This is not Chris Rutkowski's fault. People will want to blame him, but what is he supposed to do? The Canadian military is sitting there, what do we do with the files? And Rutkowski, who had it in, says, I'll take them. And they just started sending him the files.
True.
Right?
But he could have told somebody.
No, but it's not what Chris did or didn't do. That's not the issue. The issue is the Canadian military has denied these are happening, have denied people like Ryan Stacy, Grant Cameron, and others FOIA requests on some of the same reports that they gladly handed over to Rutkowski.
In the U.S.
Well,
no, he's Canadian.
Is he Canadian? Is okay.
Yeah, he works for the University of Manitoba.
And the original idea was he was writing either a nonfiction or a fiction.
They said that they were sending him the information as research for his fictional novels on UFOs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was writing fictional novels on UFOs, and with that excuse, he got all of it.
Thank you, Ak, for that super.
Isn't that amazing?
Really appreciate that.
It blows my mind. That just blows my mind. I love that story. That's just like, just absolutely blows my mind.
So the story I'm gonna be writing is I want to get reaction from Ryan from Grant and some other Canadian UFO researchers, and MUFON Canada. I know they've been screwed over in the past. Okay, I want to get some following up on that. I want to write the follow-up story to that. Daniel has encouraged me to do it.
Oh, cool.
That one would go out on spacedoutradio.com in our news section. I just need to find time to write it. So when I find,
if it turns out well, you should talk to McMillan and see if they'll post it up on the debrief too.
No, I'll tell you why after.
Okay.
Nothing
All right.
against him. Nothing against
Okay.
him, the debrief.
I got you.
But the story won't go there.
Gotcha.
Well,
Yeah, no, I mean, to me, like all the UFO researchers in Canada should be screaming this one from the mountaintops, man. This is just.
But in
crap.
typical Canadian fashion, we're all like, well, what can you do? What can you do? But the UFO community needs to have a little chat about this.
yeah. There's another researcher out of Ontario, Dr. Don Dendari.
Yeah.
He's also been involved in this. He's involved with some of the stuff right now with some of the space companies in Canada going and building the new replacement mobile arm. I think it's for the new stuff we're doing for the moon.
Have you interviewed him?
Yeah, I have. Great guy.
He hasn't returned our emails at all.
Okay. Did you call him?
Don't have his phone number.
It's in the phone book.
Maybe that's
I'll get it to you. I'll get you his contact details. Seriously,
I may try working on this story this weekend because I do have time.
I'm happy to give an introduction to you. Yeah, I've been emailing back and forth,
great.
and I've talked to him on the phone and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be wonderful if you could. Appreciate that. And Tom, I really like what you're doing with your show. If we have a guest that we've had on that you want, always feel free to hit me up.
Oh,
dude.
heck yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that recently as well. Better collaboration and stuff between it. It goes both ways on this thing. Yeah,
man. Any time that you need someone, if we have them, we'll get you that information. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so important. Like there's been so many times where someone's appeared on a show and you found out later that the only reason why they did it is because another show they did that went well recommended them. Yeah, go ahead. You should go ahead and do that show. It'll go well. Don't worry about it. Right. Sort of a thing. Right. So those kind of internal references make a big difference.
Oh, dude, I'll give you an example. John, you hit it on the nail on the head there. I'll give you a prime example of that. We had Larry Holcomb on this week. Now, Larry's almost 80 years old. Okay. And one of the real legends.
Boy, was that cool though, man.
Okay.
Ooh, that was awesome.
Here's what I will say. Our booking team had a hell of a time getting him to commit because the last number of UFO podcasts he went on, he was absolutely treated like crap, and they were all amateur. I don't know which ones they were on or who he was on. He didn't pay attention, but he was really, really tough to commit to doing.
That explains why. Because the thing is that in the beginning, like he was a little standoffish, but once you've been talking for a while, like he became a fountain of information, man. I mean, I had so much fun listening to that guy.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is why and that gets back to what I said a little while ago about shows that we promote. I know that if I turn a guest over to UFO Garage, or I turn a guest over to Thomas, or I turn a guest over to some other people that I know and trust in this field, that guest is going to be treated right.
Yeah.
That guest is going to be treated properly. And that is something that I am very sticky about, because there's still a lot of people out there in the UFO world who've never heard of us because they're not paying attention to the podcasts, or they're not paying attention to YouTube. All right. And they don't know what we do. They come on for a first time experience. We have to perform for them. We don't have a choice. We have to perform. right?
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, we should. I mean, man, like once again, I really don't like the idea of speaking ill of anyone. I'd rather promote the good ones, and this is a great example of that. Because if there are really, and I know there are, but these podcasts that like when a lawyer says, can I treat the suspect as as the enemy, sort of a thing, right? When some of these podcasts turn on their guests and oh man, to me, there's nothing worse, man. Like, I don't care if you find yourself halfway through an interview and you're like, wow, I made a mistake. This person is completely full of it. You bite your tongue, you play it cool, you let the interview finish, and you don't buck them again,
John, I will tell you this. There is a show like ours out of Eastern Canada, okay, where I've actually had 3 people say, I don't do interviews with Canadian hosts after the way that person treated me.
Wow.
And I won them all over, and I made promise after promise, and they were easy promises because we don't treat people that way.
Right.
All right. And they came on and they said, wow, thank you. I really appreciated that. But there's, you're right. I mean, there are certain shows that I can't believe are actually getting guests.
And Dave, I got to admit,
I know what you mean, but I can explain.
I can't believe that's a Canadian person. They should lose their citizenship.
Well,
that's not very Canadian.
Toronto, so that's
I'm sure you've heard of the show. Have you ever been on the Unidentified Celebrity Review?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a general central thing where if someone comes in and guest on that one show, it then goes to like Mike Mataluni's show, and then it's passed around a whole group of 15, 20 different UFO shows. So you get different, same people you'll get on UCR. You'll see a lot of them come on Witness Citizen or other places like that, where it's just they're all associated with Lou and his show.
Yep. It's a cool little network.
Good job there.
What was that?
I think Lou has done a good job with you.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's created like a network of a whole bunch of different channels that he's been working with for a while. And it's like you were saying, you have a guest, you want to get on to another person, but he just has a big group of people that it kind of goes around.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's nice too. It's one of the reasons why you get so much just friendly conversation. It's because there's a real like non-compete environment. It's really very community. It's pretty cool. It's definitely pretty cool.
But you have to watch out for who you want. And I know we take a lot of shots from people because we don't usually play the game, so to speak. We kind of beat to our own drummer. And I know that there are people who don't like that in this community. It's just the way it is. Okay. And people will say, well, Dave, you did it to yourself. Well, you know what? We've done pretty well by doing it on our own. And I'm quite okay with that. But I mean, it does say something though, that you want to make sure there's a good mixture of what's going on. And it's funny because I've been watching our ratings lately, our live, especially our live on YouTube, where our numbers over the last few months, as stuff has opened up and people have gone back to work, our numbers are down on YouTube. Not the overall viewing. The viewing is the same. Okay. But our live audience has dropped by 40, 50 people per show. And I'm trying to figure out why. So there's a couple reasons why I think it's happening. I think it's happening because of, a lot of people are going back to work. They're tired of the COVID stuff. They're going back to work, which means they're not staying up until all hours of the night to listen to us. So they're catching the show on the next day. Because if I go look at my YouTube stats, the majority of people who are listening to this show will listen to it between 10 a.m. Eastern and 6 p.m. Eastern. Oh, pardon me, 9 p.m. Eastern. That's when most people listen to our show.
The following day.
The following day.
Huh.
Yeah. That's the
really
beauty of YouTube. You can see exactly when they are listening. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Good back-end system, good analytics and everything. I guess it just comes down to if that's where the audience is going and stuff to a degree. then almost the same kind of slowdown in numbers would be probably the same in regular television markets as well.
If I didn't have my daytime job, I would be doing this show probably somewhere between noon Pacific and 6 p.m. Pacific. That's when I would do this. The only reason why I'm on late is because of my family. I'd like to see them every day.
Yeah.
Right.
And like, I work until 5 o'clock because I have to pay my bills. And then I see my family for, if I'm lucky, 2.5 hours. And then I come into the studio and, well, look, I mean, I was in the studio 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago, I walked into the studio.
Oh, wow.
And that's just the way it is. It's the way we do things. I mean, Paul Holland brings up a good example here. We overseas viewers and listeners are on during the daytime unless we are heading back to work. Absolutely. Hey, Excalibur and John Poe, how you guys doing? So I mean, you kind of build off of that, right? You taking a selfie there, John?
No. Basically, I have two Wi-Fi networks, one at 5 gig and one at the older 2.4. And the 5 gig has trouble reaching into the garage, and so I always have to. And for some reason, it keeps kicking over to the 5G network, and then I have a really bad connectivity. So I'm holding my iPad up in the air because I'm trying to get a signal. But Thomas, to your point, one thing that blew my mind, I was actually trying to pull up some of the data, is like I always had this impression growing up that TV numbers were like insane, right? Like TV viewership numbers were insane. But when you actually go and look at the numbers, it's actually really funny. There's a lot of YouTube channels that get more viewers than primetime television. Yeah. Like it's really crazy. It's really, I had no idea. Like, I mean, basically a couple thousand viewers is that's like a hit television show.
John, give me 1 second here. Jules, are we Luscious Jules, are we friends on Facebook? I wanted to ask you something. Yes, we are. Okay, cool. Never mind. So I'll fill you in later, Jules. Yeah, YouTube is the way things are going, though, because people are done with the a lot of the stuff that's going on. Whether it's
I finally got rid of my cable about maybe like a year ago. I think it was maybe a year and a half ago. I'd stopped watching news before that, but I finally got rid of cable like maybe a year ago. And so basically all the content we watch is either through YouTube, Netflix, Disney Plus, iTunes. It's all streamed. It's all direct delivery and so forth. Yeah. And even with YouTube, you pay it's cheap. It's like you pay like $10 a month and you don't even get any ads. It's freaking awesome.
Well,
and you get YouTube Music as well.
Yeah, which is actually not bad. I'm kind of amazed, like the songs that I get on that.
I brought cable back into my house a year and a half ago, and the only reason why I brought it back was my internet bill was $110 a month,
and you got a cheaper bill for bringing
and for $5 extra a month, I got the cable package, which gives me like 150 channels or something like that. And for $5 a month, I was like, if I can't afford $5 a month for some TV and watch,
well, and you get taxes.
At least where I live, it's the only way you get sports, really. I mean, it's pretty hard to get good. It's pretty hard to get. It's still, in my opinion, pretty hard to get live games over the internet. It still costs a lot of money. Whereas if you can get cable, then you can basically get hockey games and baseball games. And so I will admit, cable's still good for sports. But yeah, no, it's kind of crazy. Like I really thought that TV shows got like crazy numbers, but realistically, it's And I mean, and I don't know what like I don't know what like a big YouTube channel is for live viewing versus like overall views. Because you take one of these channels that gets 200,000 views or whatever. Like I think live it's still a pretty low number. But I haven't checked. Like, and I don't even know how many live users YouTube supports either. I have to imagine it's a pretty high number, but it's well, the other thing I wonder what. You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, I've been, with regards to YouTube, I've seen broadcasts for like when Trump was running for office, and just different things have gone. Even recently, there were a couple 100,000 users at once
in a live one.
In live, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
So it can definitely scale.
One of the changes we're making to our theory of booking guests is we're actually going to be reaching out to more creators on YouTube regarding the subjects that we deal with, because I think that's the next phase in helping build the channel.
Mm-hmm.
I know our numbers went up by a couple hundred. We didn't buy them, but they went up by a couple hundred when we had Swamp Dweller on, who's a creepypasta guy, and he's a good friend. He comes into our chat room a couple times a week. He had never really done any. He doesn't really like doing interviews, but he figured he'd give us a shot. He's fallen in love with the show. He's got 250,000 YouTube followers, and that added to our total.
Yeah. There's always a halo effect in any kind of stuff when you bring different people in. Even when I brought Contactee Cassidy in, there's a lot of people who had a lot of nasty stuff to say about her and everything, but I brought her in. She had a good presence. So, I only had I think like 250, 300 people show up for the show, which is phenomenal for my channel. And the if you want to call it, the people who came to watch and all the demographics, it was 50% plus of women. So it was like 55 to 60%, which is great, which exposed my channel to a lot more people, and it brought in a bunch.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And like with I look at, like, I see Duke here in World Bigfoot Radio. Duke is probably responsible for about 500 of our subscribers. He really is, because he really likes what we do, and he has no problem going on his show and telling his listeners to come listen to us. We have no problem telling our listeners to go listen to Duke, and I'm sure he's gained subscribers because of us doing that too. Now, I know he doesn't do it every show. We don't do it every show.
Yeah.
But, we have to, Duke runs a good program.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't we want to support that?
But if you want to take it to the next level, if it's supposedly like a partnership between different areas, you having a little minute and a half kind of a piece, you've got a long show format going, and so does he to a degree. So even if you had a small little teaser clip that talks about your channel, he could do the same for his. You guys swap it back and forth, and it's just a little bit that you play during interstitial in your show when you need a break, and then you've got something to go ahead and cross promote each other.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is kind of cool.
And you're not going to win them all over.
No.
But you know what? Even if you win 10 or 5, that's 5 or 10 people that didn't know you existed.
I wouldn't have found Swamp Dweller, and I wouldn't have found Duke if it wasn't for the show, right? I mean, the only reason why I know those channels exist is because of you, right? And honestly, like, I mean, to be really honest, like, that's, to me, one of the biggest values I get out of watching people's shows is, one, is new book authors to read, and two, new channels to check out, right? That I wouldn't have known about if they hadn't been mentioned, within someone's show. So, like, I actually find it very helpful personally. It's Thomas, how long have you been doing YouTube now?
Jesus, I started on someone else's show a year ago. This after a disaster of a Halloween show, I started helping out with them in November of last year. Doing my own channel really is something as a regular basis has only been since May of this year.
What do you think so far?
A lot of work, a lot of fun, not a lot of money in it. It's something that you're doing because it's something that you really enjoy, and you're doing it because it's something that you enjoy. You know, growing an audience over a period of time is great. You know, you get exposure to a lot of things, get to talk to a lot of great people, and it's about, you know, being able to work and network within the whole area of ufology that's I've been bothered with since I was 5. So it's kind of, if anyone should be here, I'm here because I want to be here, not because I think it's something popular or something that I want to jump on the bandwagon with.
Which reminds me, Thomas, I added you to our channel community on YouTube.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah. So that's one thing we're really trying to work on too, is the channel community, because I think that's a big one too.
Yeah, anytime you can connect with it, that, and also supposedly, which I haven't done yet, I keep on getting people to ask, getting a Discord server up. That's something else that a lot of people who would come to my show are asking for in regular business. I think I just got the word from producer Gary in the back waving at me saying he's working on that. But it's something that allows a lot of people to come together and communicate when the show's not potentially going, but it's keeping that same group of people, giving them a place where they can grow the community more and do all things.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, Space Art Radio.
I can see value in that, but I gotta say, man, I you know, I've been pulled into two different Discord channels in the last year or so, and or longer, and they're both good, and there's a lot of really good people on them, especially on one of them. It's really small, a lot of really good folks I like very much, and you know, there's a lot of unique information that gets shared there. But I gotta say, man, from a researcher's point of view, trying to keep up with like the YouTube stuff and the Twitter stuff and the email thread stuff, and then all these different Discords, my God, it is a lot of work. I mean, it is crazy, like how much, you know, how much information gets put out. It's really astounding. I mean, it's like you really got to be careful how much you sign up for, because it can just bury you in information. And don't get me wrong, like I love the two Discord channels I'm part of, but like, wow, like that's a whole nother sinkhole to drop into, you know? It's
I won't go on Discord. I've been on Discord a couple of times, and I've had it on my phone. And have you ever seen how impossible it is to log out of Discord on a cell phone?
yeah, when you got to be careful to how you do reminders. Like I've had it drain my watch battery because one of the Discord channels I was in went too active for one day, and my watch was going off so often that it drained the battery in my watch.
Holy cow, guys. I cannot believe that Willie, my arch nemesis here, just did a $5 super chat. John Hudson's commentary is worth waiting for because the normal show is crap.
Well, thank you, sir. That's very kind.
I told you, if you donate $100 to UFO Garage, that I would never appear on there, and you haven't done it yet. If you want me to continue working with John Hudson, I need a $100 donation. Well, thank you, Willie. I appreciate that.
Oh, that's awesome.
I know you love to hate me, my friend. I know you love to hate me, but you're always welcome here.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Oh man. Oh wait, you're muted again.
I was just gonna say thanks for the comment from Wreaking Havoc 215. He says, "Awesome job, Tom. I appreciate it."
Hey, are you running OBS?
Well, yes, I am.
How do you find that? Like, are you on Twitch too?
No, I'm not.
See, I can't figure out the whole Twitch thing. Twitch is...
What was that?
You got to remember how it started, though. I mean, Twitch really started out as a way for gamers that were like getting really good to basically broadcast their gaming sessions so that people could watch their gaming session. So that was kind of the early days of it. So it kind of grew from that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out Twitch because we're on there nightly, and Twitch is to me a lot like it's difficult. I don't get it.
The more platforms you go on, the more you split up your brand, the more you dilute the entity that you're trying to build on any particular channel. So it makes them, it's nice when you can go ahead and stream on multiple contents and get your stuff showing up on Twitter or anywhere, any of the platforms. But as soon as you start doing that, or even putting it on Facebook, it stops people from coming to the YouTube show to be able to go ahead and communicate with you during the live streams. It makes it more convenient to stay where they're at over there versus coming over to your main place.
That's why
that's an interesting trade-off.
Website, we tried to push all of our SEOs towards the YouTube channel. Everything goes towards the YouTube channel now.
Yeah,
that's
makes sense.
But you're right, Thomas, in the fact that when the show's not running, there's nowhere to communicate. So I mean, it's I gotta say, man, it's certainly fun watching all this evolve. I mean, it's such a wacky sort of man. It's just it blows my mind the way this is all evolving. It's crazy. It's crazy.
We're gonna go another 15 minutes, guys.
Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, you got to be up early, Dave. Tom,
it's one of my 4 reasons to get up before 7 o'clock. Hockey practice is on there.
There you go. So, Tom, as far as because my understanding is that you've been an experiencer since you were quite young, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then, am I correct to assume that one of the reasons why you became more active in the community was essentially to seek more answers? Is that fair?
Kind of, but
how would you phrase it?
Following direction that comes to me as I'm kind of going along, and this is the path that I'm supposed to be kind of going down. There's a lot of shit that I've been involved in, and a lot of stuff that I know that I still have to do that I'm not exactly clear on, and I'm just going where it takes me right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. That's actually that's strangely more common than you'd think. And this is kind of funny. And no, that's so okay. So cool. But so the one reason why I'm asking is it so from your point of view, I guess the easy way to ask the question is how do you think disclosure is going? Like how do you feel about the way things are going at this point? Like, are you happy? Or are you finding yourself getting? I guess what I'm wondering is that I have a number of friends that I made in this community, like 5 years ago, right? And 5 years ago they were wide-eyed and they were excited and they were and now they've become bitter and they've become frustrated and they've become angry and they snipe at people and they don't every time Elizondo speaks they get mad, and every time someone speaks they get because they're basically getting very frustrated for different reasons. Each of them have a different reason for getting frustrated, and so I'm just kind of curious as to how how are you processing all of it? How do you feel about how everything's going?
Sorry if the noise been off. That I was off. Right now it's going dog slow. I mean, it's going a lot slower than it is, and I don't think we're going to get anything that how would I put this? I don't think that we're going to go ahead and see anything from the government of anything substantial as it needs to go in any short amount of time. We've got a government worldwide that's been lying to us, that's known about this. There's got 75 plus years of nefarious activities that have gone on, and there needs to be some accountability for all the lies that they've done, the people that they've put into psych wards, the people whose lives they've ruined, who they've threatened, all in the name of national security. And it seems to be okay when in reality it isn't. As far as what we're going to hear more for, I think we've got a better chance of hearing, getting human to human contact going through the phenomenon than what we have coming from the government itself. Because even if they know stuff and they've been disclosed things, they're not willing to tell it to us because they don't like what it is, or they don't agree with it, or they don't think we're ready. And all for what I've been seeing, again, from sightings in the sky, from sightings over my house to further down south in Washington to what everyone's seeing around it, there's an escalation that these things are moving for, whether we like it or not. And I think they're getting ready to move it forward to a level that the government doesn't want us to know us about. So, and I think they're ready to move forward with us. And if it comes down to the experiencers, I keep on talking about it, like it's like the Wonder Twins, where they take their two hands and they put it together and they say, form of a bucket shape of water, and one, goes with the other, and they pour the freaking water on the fire, and fire goes out at the Hall of Justice. It's that magical thing when you get multiple people who've been touched, who've been experienced by them, who've gotten, if you want to call it, the upgrades to the next level of vibrational consciousness that we all have. And that's where they're at, where they can communicate with us. And there's messages that are coming. There's things that they want us to know. There's things that are going to happen. And honestly, I'd like to have the government do something. I'd like to hear about it now. I'd like them to start actually doing something meaningful besides saying, yeah, there's 144 cases, and out of those, one was unidentified. It was identified as something. It was a balloon. I mean,
yeah, no, it's hard. Everything coming out of the government is really it's all geared towards someone like my dad. Really, I mean, like someone who just knows nothing about any of this, and it just is just ready for just a little trickle, and all they want to hear about is the nuts and bolts, and it's a very slow indoctrination. And I agree with you. I think it's the experiencers that are going to make this happen. I would say that the challenge that I have is that. And I assume others have it, but I can only speak for myself. Is that I find I've found several experiencers that have both had an experience and interpreted the experience in a way that I see patterns in, right? That I see commonality in, and that makes sense to me. But I also see there are other experiencers that either because of what they've been shown or because of how they're interpreting it, they're presenting a story that doesn't make sense to me, right? That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't know if I'm right. Like I think there's a reasonable chance that the people that I think are making sense, the people that I think are sounding correct, it's just because it matches my own biases. It feeds into my worldview that I've developed on my own, right? And so I just find that there's, and even if you look at the ones I consider to be good sources, you take something like Thomas. Have you looked into Eric Mitchell much?
No, but I got to bring this up here really quick.
Yeah.
Remember Anjali, right?
Yeah.
This is where'd it go? Dang it. Wrong one.
You had it.
I had it there a second ago. I go, hold on. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong
stretched
button,
out purple dude.
Here we go. One more down. I'm actually there. This is the alien that she said she's been in contact with. There we go.
Really? God, all that makes me want is the grape gum or Kool-Aid.
Grimace from McDonald's.
Oh, there's going to be people having a field day with that.
Did she draw that?
Yeah, she drew that.
Huh.
So yeah, experiencers. I hear where you're coming from, and granted, I'm talking about this as someone who's, dealt with this and been through a lot of stuff. Sometimes there has to be a question of, there's some people who have experienced some, but other ones you just have to sit back, scratch your head, and say, I don't take everything that I hear and just say, oh my God, yes, we can't believe it. I want more. I want more. You have to have a certain level of discernment on things. And not that I'm trying to make fun of her or anything to a degree. This was posted on Twitter today. So it's kind of relevant.
I've no offense to her. I've given up on her. I really have. I believe she's an experiencer, but I think the handlers that she has who are trying to control her narrative, I have absolutely made a mockery
her wrong
of her.
I hate to say it, but sometimes is there a borderline between experiencer and someone who has issues?
Well, but let's face it, man, there could also be a large number of experiencers that also have issues, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem. There's no guarantee that only sane people are having experiences, right? So what do you do when someone who is having, neurotic sort of behavior and they have an experience? How are they going to interpret that? How are they going to share it?
I got to say this. I've never had the opportunity to say this. Great Scott. I've got something you got to know, Dave. CBD, which I believe is legal where you're at.
Yeah.
Is a great thing for lowering your blood pressure naturally.
Oh, really?
Really. I just read, I searched it on it today. It actually acts as a dilator for your blood vessels. So it'll take a lot of your blood vessels that are all clamped. If you ever had that kind of an issue where they're clamped down from stress and stuff, it just takes everything and makes it a lot more relaxed.
I have to admit, I've done some research myself. CBD, it helps a lot of odd things. It really does. It helps a lot of odd things. It's
rheumatologist, heads up rheumatology, University of Washington, and also with the Swedish hospitals, which are the best ones in the Seattle area. He said, I've seen results from too many people, and they're good results. And he's like, man, you got to go try this. And I was like, what is it? And it's like, well, it's a CBD, and I want you to get the tincture based. You take some of it, put it on underneath your tongue.
Just today, I'm at Safeway. And they're selling CBD lotion at Safeway.
I'll check into that for sure. I know this week, I really changed my eating habits.
Yep.
Quite a bit this week. And I will tell you that today, like, I'm not even tired right now. Not even
nice.
You know, I've also been trying to nap every day now, even if it's for 15 minutes, like I slept before the show, we had dinner and then I kind of went and had a nap before the show, and I'm feeling much better. And I like just trying to change some things. I'm also going to be, I've already talked to my bosses, or the guys I work with. And I said, look, after next week, we got one of our, we're like a 3-man shop. It's the owner and then the two of us. And we all get along quite graciously. And I just said, look, when you guys get back, I said, I'm going on holidays. I'm taking a week to 10 days and I'm just going to do nothing. And I'm just going to drain myself of everything and try and reform my habits a little bit.
It's good for the soul, man.
For where you live, go walk in the woods. There's some beautiful ones around there. Go find an old growth forest and get lost for a while.
You know what?
Dave lives in the middle of nowhere.
I did that. You know what? It's not even so much walking, even driving through the forest. Sure, you're not getting the exercise. Like our forest here, dude, I wouldn't go for a walk without a gun. And I don't have my gun license.
It's all those wild cats.
Dude, it's wild everything. Dude, we yesterday when we were out looking for firewood, came around this corner, we're heading home, come around this corner, and there's a mama moose, her calf, and up 100 feet up the hill and to the left, there's probably a 1,600 pound bull moose sitting there. Now, if I'm walking or riding a bike, you know what happens? I get chased.
Oh yeah.
You just can't do it. Hey, Carbines. Hey, Lowland.
When the moose chases you, what is their goal?
A moose?
Yeah.
Nothing. It's useless.
No, but why are they chasing you? Like, what do they hope to do when they catch you?
They'll kill
Are
you.
they just trying to scare you away? They'll
No,
kill you.
They will kill you.
Like hoof you to death?
Yes. They will stalk.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not cool. They're big.
Yeah. Let alone, I mean, the bears, black bears, grizzly bears.
I mean, that's
black bears-
different. Like they might eat you. I get the eating part, but like, it sounds like the moose are just like, are you looking at me? Are you looking at me? And they come after you.
A moose is so strong, it can run through like 4 or 5 feet of snow at still like 35 miles an hour and carve its own path.
Wow, you have no hope.
No, you don't have a post. Hey, Magnus Vermagnuson. Panther Piss.
Man.
I love that name. Panther Piss. Fantastic name. So, guys, you guys hold on here for a second because we're going to shut this thing down. I got to get up for hockey practice with my son here. Thomas and John, I just have a couple questions for you afterwards on the air. But I want to say a big thank you to Black Dragon, Jeremy, Cat Chaser, Jules, I did send you a private message on Facebook, Space Cow, Lori, Flat Earther, Spooky, James, Wreaking Havoc, Michelle, Ak, and Willie for the amazing super chats tonight. We really appreciate each and every one of you for what you guys do. I want to say thank you to all of our brand new subscribers this week for hanging on out and making some incredible radio with us. And a big thank you to all of our veterans who tune on in. We love you. You always have a safe home in our chat room at Spaced Out Radio here, along with our regulars who are here each and every night promoting our show on your own social media pages. We really do appreciate it. If you're new here and you haven't yet, please do us a favor. Hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. We're here 7 days a week. When Lynn comes in on the weekend here, guys, and she's going to have some amazing shows here. So Saturday night, tomorrow night, Orly Stewart is here. They're going to be talking about
That should be interesting.
She's an occult artist, so if you're into the occult, it'll be a great show. Samantha Mowat is here on Sunday night with Lynn. I'm back on Monday with Alan Thomas, who was on just a couple of weeks ago. So we're going to have another week of power shows for you guys, and you're really going to enjoy it. I want to say a big thank you to all of our guests, everyone out there. Do us a favor, follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Have a great weekend, everybody. Maybe I'll see you in the chat rooms and talk to you soon.